Hi, my name is Missy, and I am here to do, well, a reading for you today, but I'm not exactly sure what kind of reading it's, well, I know what kind of reading it's going to end up being. I'm just not sure what to call it, to be honest with you. So what's happening is, first let me turn down the sound on my Pandora. It's getting a little loud. Just in case this is actually meant for anyone for this reading, by the way, it's the song Don't Stop Me Now by Queen. So anyway, what I'm here for is because I have recently been making some changes. I have, been adding some things to my website for sale. I have a website, first of all. Those people who know me from Facebook from several years ago, they know that this is a new thing for me to have a website and all these other things set up. But one of the things that I plan on doing is selling tarot cards on my website. And so I bought some inventory and I got some fun stuff in. And that's why we're here today, because I have some cards that I want to, I want to get to know. I want to, feel them out, use them in a reading. I really felt like these, well, first of all, this deck I used recently. If you follow me on Facebook, you know that I used this recently. Well, actually, I think I did do it in the Astro Charms as well. I'm confusing myself about what I have or haven't been using. But yeah, so you know that this one I used in a recent video. And I forgot to grab the, hold on a second. Okay, I'm back. So this is the box for this deck here. They're called Flowers from the Dead Oracle Deck. It is, hold on, I gotta put on my glasses. It is an animal bones divination deck inspired by American folk magic. Each card represents an animal, and that animal represents a feeling, quality, or personality trait great for finding a person's spirit animal, what qualities are missing from their life, and what is in store for that person in the future. So I explained in my most recent video that when I opened the deck, though, I just felt very strongly that it was meant to be used. I don't know if the person who created it meant it that way, but I know for me that I am meant to use it as a mediumship deck. So fast forward to when I say that I recently bought some inventory. I bought some decks, right? I bought some new decks. What I did was I got 2 of each for right now, just because this is the first time I'm using some of them. But this particular deck here is the Sibylla Oracle cards. So we're going to use this deck to kind of get a good overall energy for each sign. And then this here is the In-Between Tarot. It's a really nice box that it comes in. We have the book here. I apologize to the people who made this deck here, but I read a little bit in the book, but I tend to not read the book that comes with the tarot deck. I like to look at, I read based on the images first, and then I go to what the meaning of the card is. And so I'm going to try and just read it based on, I guess I should probably go through it and make sure I have only the correct cards in there. But I just kind of want to use it based on what I'm feeling when I'm looking at the images. That's just how I read. I'm going to go with it. But I did something else with the first deck here. I separated out the first deck because, like I said, when I bought this one, I was at a shop here in California. Memento. I'm actually wearing their T-shirt, by the way. Memento Mori. I think I'm saying that right. Anyway, they have decor and oddities, curiosities, whatever. And so I saw this deck there. Awesome shop, by the way. And when I opened it, like I said, looking at the cards, there were certain cards that I just knew immediately were going to represent something specific for me when I used them to read. And so I explained a little bit of it in my last video, but I'm actually going to take it a little bit further. I just kind of feel, like I say, when I opened this particular deck here, what I've been doing is I've been opening each of the new decks that I bought, and I've been taking pictures so that I can go ahead and get those pictures loaded up on my website to offer the deck for sale. And when I opened this one, I felt very strongly that, well, not only do these two decks need to go together, but also this here. So I just kind of felt like I needed to bring them all together, but these two in particular, I feel they needed to be used together. So that's what we're going to do today. I hope I explained everything, and I hope that makes sense for everybody. I'm just going to kind of go, get right into it, go with it. We're going to do charms as well. We're going to start with Aries and just kind of work our way around the zodiac, which means this is going to be a very long video because I really don't want to have to explain what I'm doing here over and over. Anybody who knows me in real life knows that I really, really hate having to promote myself. It's just so awkward. I hate having to do the awkward disclaimer, and I didn't do it in the last video, but you know what? I don't think I'm going to do it in this one either. I think I'm going to write it out and put it in my description box or something. But anyway, I don't want to have to explain the purpose of this reading 12 times. So this is going to be a long one, and I'll try to do timestamps. Let me give these a couple more shuffles since it is a brand new deck. I want to make sure that they're nice and mixed and that the energy is... Take a minute to just breathe with me. So because I don't know this deck, like I said, just be ready to sit with me for a while. This is going to be a very long reading. We're going to do this the exact way that I would do any other reading if you were sitting with me face to face. So you might have silent spots that get boring, and I apologize for that. But I have every faith that the people who resonate with me will find me. And as I told someone recently who had a question about one of my readings, I pray, my intention before I do any of these readings, I pray that the message will find the person it's meant to find. That's all I care about. I just want the message to find the person that it's meant to find. So if you're here, I figure it's because you resonate with me. You probably don't mind too much having, readings that take a little bit longer. At least I hope you don't, because that's my energy naturally. Sometimes I have to take a minute to think or whatever before I make a decision. I gotta feel it out. That's how I work. I always work based on my intuition every single time. I will always use my intuition first. And that takes a minute, right? Like, it takes a minute. You gotta feel it out. So we have the song Nice to Know You, Incubus. Take a minute to breathe with me, please. We're going to start with Aries, Sun, Moon, and Rising. And I actually I think what I want to do is we're going to pull an oracle card at the beginning to kind of get a good general overall energy of what's happening for you. I'm not even really going to put a time period. We're just going to say, like, right now. What do you need to know right now? So this will be sort of a general overall energy, and then when we pull these cards, this is going to be, a specific message. It's going to be, what is the message that you need from a passed on loved one, right? That'll be the question that we ask this deck, and then this will be the deck that answers and gives you the message. But beyond that, I'm going to pull charms. I think when we do the general portion, I'm probably going to get one card from here and then pull some charms, and then we'll go on to get the message after that. But I always have a plan when it comes to these readings, and it doesn't always work out the way I would like to plan it. So again, I just follow my intuition, fly by the seat of my pants, however it comes out, whatever is meant to come out will come out. making a mess over here. Let me move some of these out of the way to give myself a little bit more room. Okay, I guess I told myself to have a plan, and then I didn't have a plan. Okay. Did I get all of them? All right. Okay, now we have the song. All I had to hear was that very first guitar. She hits the guitar. It's the song Fuck You, Kaylee. I always say her name wrong, and I tell myself to look it up to see how to pronounce it, and then I get distracted by other things and I forget to look it up, and I apologize for that. It's Kaylee, Morgue. Actually, I kind of feel like we need to leave those two out for whatever reason. I wasn't even really done shuffling and getting ready for the reading yet, but that's okay. Just, like I said, we're going to follow my intuition all the way through. All right, so Aries, Sun, Moon, and Rising. So your main focus, interesting, but now you've got a flatterer, hold on, sincere friend. I'm actually gonna, like I said, I wanted to pull one card, but it just came out with a dark-haired man. So it could be that you are dealing with a dark-haired man, probably someone who's a flatterer, a sincere friend, but you could be having some sort of an argument or a quarrel with them. Okay. And it could be over a third party. A pleasant pastime, or gambling, something to that effect. We're actually going to leave all of these out here. It could be, it's either a third party, or maybe they're out gambling and doing things that they shouldn't, and flirting with other women. Like especially because, dark-haired man, dark-haired woman, that doesn't necessarily mean you and they have to have dark hair. I'm actually taking that as a pair or a set, like a matched set, or being a committed couple, where, maybe you thought that they really loved you, you thought that they were sincere, but there's some sort of argument over all of this extracurricular stuff over here. Yeah, we have tenderness under that, but I mean, it could be attached. Maybe that's how you feel, but I don't know. Let me explain real quick about these cards, these certain cards that I have separated here. There are two cards to represent masculine energy, one that I'm designating to be like older, one to be younger, and then two cards that represent feminine, one that I would designate older, one that I would designate as younger. And then the one card that I'm representing as spirit, I'm actually seeing it as the divine feminine. I'm not trying to exclude the masculine in any sense at all with this deck or with these readings. It's just that Scorpionic energy is feminine energy. And so when you're talking about things like life and death, that is divine feminine energy. And so, and then this particular deck here is a deck that historically was used by females, by women. It was, back in the day, it used to be seen that tarot was a masculine thing, and at least this particular deck here, as opposed to tarot, this was seen as a feminine deck, or more women would use this deck and more men would use a regular tarot deck. So again, we're bringing in feminine energy here, so we have one card that will represent the goddess. Or spirit, if you are not pagan, if you happen to be Christian. I do not want to exclude anyone. And then I also would like to say that there are certain charms in my bucket that I have designated to represent specifically passed on loved ones. Actually, this is one of them here, but I felt very called to put this one out to bring in my aunt's energy for this specific reading. In the overall, I wanted to bring her in for everything. But I do have other charms that are in my bucket as well that represent passed on loved ones and specific messages from them. I will point that out if they come through. So, if I pull one of these cards and you're hoping to hear a message from, say, your father, and I pull a female card, actually, now that I think about it, I don't think I have any other charms in my bucket I think all of the charms that I have in my bucket that represent passed on loved ones belong to my aunt and my grandmother. I mean, my aunt and my mother, now that I think about it. And my grandmother. So if you're hoping to hear from a masculine then, and it doesn't come through in the cards, then more than likely this reading is not going to be for you. We're going to have to set that boundary here at the start. Again, this is all divine feminine energy anyway that's trying to come through, or at least with the specific cards. And by the way, this song, we have more Queen coming through. Interesting that it's come through twice. So again, Queen, more divine feminine energy. We've got the song We Are the Champions. This one is the Raw session. But yeah, it's like over and over, it's almost like, you know how if you have somebody, like you're talking and someone's trying to get your attention as you're talking, that was kind of the feeling of that. So take that if it resonates for your situation. But again, going back to this for Aries, what we know so far is that there's a situation happening, probably some sort of an argument over extracurricular activities, whether that has to do with like gambling, drinking, flirting. There's some sort of extracurricular activity that's happening that is probably going to be your focus or part of it's your main overall general energy for whenever you see this reading. So now we're going to pull a card to see, who is wanting to come through and what is the message that they have for you. Oh. All right. So this one here is going to represent the older feminine energy for me, and the reason that I say that is because if you look at the way that she's dressed, she kind of looks like her clothing looks a little bit old-fashioned to me. If this will... I actually kind of get like, with that, like that apron, it looks like an apron or something that she's got over a shirt, over her shoulders, right? Like there's something about, and the way her hair is up, there's just something about it that feels sort of mature. So that's the reason that I would say this is going to be a mature feminine energy who's coming through with a message for you. All right. Now we have the Eight of Coins with the Ace of Wands, but the thing with this deck, the reason this is called the in-between deck is because it's meant to express the energy that sits between the cards, meaning what happens after you leave the Eight of Pentacles, but before you enter the Nine of Pentacles, right? The energy of both. So what is that energy that sits between it? And when I'm looking at this card here, I actually feel as if someone she looks like a suffragette to me, right? Like she is having to fight for her rights, having to stand up for herself. We have the song Cold as Ice by Foreigner playing in the background. And, so there could be like maybe you're having to literally stand up for yourself, but not just to this person. It almost looks like you're having to defend yourself to others as well, or maybe you're having to bring people over to your side in some way because you're defending yourself. And it's interesting that the star is peeking through the clouds there, right? Like that's the only clear section. The rest of it's all confused, and the star's sitting directly over her head. So I think you're bringing clarity to a situation because you're standing up for yourself. But with this card here, this is the passion, right? That is the energy that sits between the Ace of Wands and the Two of Wands. The Ace is the idea in your head, but the Two is where you actually put the plan. Like you start planning things out or setting things into motion. Well, not really setting things into motion. I'm wrong about that, because that would be the Three of Wands, right? Like taking the steps. That's what the 3 is because of the progression of numbers. But this is the passion that you're feeling as you're planning, as you're standing up for yourself. But as you're standing up for yourself, I think you're planning your move. You're planning something. And also, if you look at the real meaning of the card, other than the one that I've attached to it, is that, the message coming through here is secretive or withdrawn. So your passed on loved one is literally saying to you to keep your plans secret. Even if, like you are having to defend yourself, but keep your plans secret. Like really plan things out before you say anything. Let me get some charms, and then we'll get some more detail on this as to why. Interesting. So we have the piece of Lenormand right in the very center with the letter H. Okay. And then you've got the guitar there as well. There's something creative. Something creative. So Lenormand is a water stone. Also, this could be like if there's something creative that you're planning on doing, and you're putting the steps into place, like you're planning out the steps or something, or like putting it down on paper, right? Keep it secret. Don't tell people. Also, there's a message of being unique, or try to stay unique to you. Don't follow what other people are doing. Don't worry about any of that. Like, stay unique to you with the peacock there. But that peacock is also hitting your house of others. And it's interesting if we look to the way that the houses are, you always have the oppositions between the houses. So the house of others opposes you, right? But you've got the hourglass hitting you. So for you, it's about being patient, right? So what this is telling me, especially with all of this energy right here, so you've got this in the background, right? Something happening where there's some extracurricular activity that's getting in the way of this relationship, this partnership, or something. And you have to defend yourself. You're going to have to stand up for yourself, but you need to be secretive about it first. You need to put the steps, like put it out on paper, plan it out first, but be secretive about it. And it has to do with something creative. Or maybe that's a side message. Like maybe there's 2 Aries watching, and one person has something to do with their relationship where it's something creative, and another person is saying, or for another person the message is, if you're planning something creative and someone is trying to rush you, like you have to get something out there now, you don't. It's actually better for you with this, the way this is sitting between your 1st and 7th houses, with the peacock here and the hourglass. It's saying you're better off being patient and doing things that are unique to you, because you'll get more attention, especially with this lion coming through the 2nd house of money. It's lions are Leo energy, and Leo is very popular, right? and they also have a loud roar, right? So it kind of feels to me like this has to do with your values, right? The whole thing about staying true to you, or being your own type of peacock, right? It could be centered around this here, the letter H, but with the second house as well, and this lion, something about your values, having to like roar your values. So again, there could be two messages here. One has to do with a relationship where you're having to stand up for yourself, and that's why the lion is here in the second house, because you're having to stand up for your own personal values. And they're saying be patient, because that's actually going to be to your benefit in the long run with the peacock here in the 7th house of Libra. Because even if this relationship ends now, the fact that you're willing to stick to who you are and what you value, it's like your benefit, right? It's your blessing. Then there's nothing in the 3rd house, but in the 4th house we have the letter M and the $20 bill. So there could be some expenses around the house, like the 4th house has to do with home and family, that's attached to the letter M. 5th house, you've got some lepidolite there, so that's your house of fun. And lepidolite is the stone that has to do with like relaxing. So go out and have some fun, allow yourself to relax. That's really important. We don't really have 6th. We already talked about the 7th. We don't really have 8th. Now we're going to go to the 9th and 10th. So this is where your reputation, and especially because we have the 2nd house attached with Leo energy coming through. We have the song, hold on, Elevate, Papa Roach. Because we have this coming through, talking about your values anyway with this Leo energy, and then you've got your values again coming through when it comes to like your cultural values, right, with the Sagittarius. In the 9th house, that's like you being up in your head about it, and then I feel like it's saying that you're worried that like your reputation is going to take a hit in some way because of whatever all of this is over here, whether that has to do with a creative thing or an actual relationship that's kind of rocky because someone's doing extracurricular things that they shouldn't, right? And just so you know, if you're saying, well, how does the extracurricular things attach to, if it's a creative issue that we're looking at over here, where you're putting something out in the world creatively, right? And I say that because of the guitar here. That means that these little things over here are somebody trying to rush you, trying to tell you, well, you got to do X, Y, Z, or not just rushing you, but telling you have to do things a certain way in order to. Like for instance, let's say you're writing a book, right? And someone's coming in and they're going to help you, I don't know, promote your book. But they read it and they say, well, you have to change a few things. Maybe, I guess this would be a publisher, right? So they read it and they're like, well, you have to change this and that about the storyline. And you're like, well, that's not really the story I wanted to tell, right? There's something about sticking to, feeling as if you have to stand up for yourself. That would be the extra things that don't need to be there, the extracurricular activities that don't need to be there if you're talking about a creative issue. But if this has to do with someone going and doing things like you're in a relationship, a marriage, and someone's going out and gambling or something like that, and you're feeling like, first of all, this doesn't sit well with my value system, with what I think relationship and family should be like. And not only that, I feel like you've got Capricorn coming through again. So, not only that, I feel like you're really like hitting me and my reputation, like you're calling my integrity into question because you're doing X, Y, Z, or you're asking me to do X, Y, Z. You're like putting my integrity in question, and I'm not willing to do that. They're saying that's okay, especially because we've got the apple here in the in Pisces. Like, don't be afraid to stick to your guns is what I'm feeling. The apple is all about wisdom, right? And the 12th house, is about either what you're hiding from others, what others are hiding from you. This can also be like where you, like hospitalizations, or where you're healing, right? But healing of mental health issues, right? Fears, dreams, fantasies. And it's interesting that we have the song Unfortunate Soul coming through. Right as I'm talking about that, we also have the rose quartz and the tiger eye. So, you know, it really feels to me like, especially with this song, it's like saying you have wisdom that other people aren't really seeing. Like maybe it's wisdom that you hide from others in some way, I don't know. But it feels like you need to nurture it. That's what, especially with the tiger eye, it's like you need to nurture it. That's what brings blessings. It could be wisdom that you've learned around hardship, or wisdom that you will learn around hardship if you need to go in and seek counseling, because that is what the 12th house talks about, and the rose quartz could as well. Interesting. All right, so I want to get, I want to know, like, what do you need to be, I want to know, what is it that you're defending, really? What is it that you're standing up for yourself about? I kind of want to know, really, the details on that. What does it have to do with specifically? And what is the message that they have specifically around that? Like, why are you having to... Now, mind you, I want to go back and explain something. I know I explained it in the beginning of the reading. I don't typically read the cards just based on what the actual meaning of the card is, right? And this one right here really feels like you're defending yourself. Now, it just came to my attention that this is Pentacles. I was reading it intuitively, more like an activist, like I was reading it as in air energy. So if we kind of, if you're taking it in terms of having to defend yourself or having to say something, it's probably something around the work that you do. Having to either defend the work that you do in order to maintain your, or actually, because this is the energy between the 8 and 9 of Pentacles, let's look at it that way. I have to stop looking at the image for a second and just read what the actual cards mean, right? So the 8 of Pentacles is mastering your craft, or you're practicing your craft to the point where you gain mastery over it because you've done it over and over and over so many times. It's a lot of hard work, which can definitely correspond or confirm this energy up here. Like there's a lot of, like maybe you've been putting in a lot of hard work, and in order to gain the success that you would have from the 9 of Pentacles, because that's what the 9 of Pentacles energy is, it's successful, independent energy. It's not the 10 of Pentacles, though. The 10 of Pentacles is more like long-term ancestral energy or ancestral success, whereas the 9 of Pentacles is individual success. So you might want to take that, again, however it resonates for your message, because we did see that there was something coming through in terms of creative pursuits, where it's talking about whatever your plan is, and it definitely having to stick to your own ancestral, your own ancestral, inheritance is the word I'm looking for, because with the 10 of Pentacles, that's one of the meanings of it. It's not just ancestral or long-term wealth, it's the inheritance that you receive from your ancestors. So this can again go even further than the material world, especially because you're receiving a message from an older female, probably a mother, grandmother, or other female ancestor who has passed on, right? And they're talking about you're having to defend this work that you're doing in order to maintain the success that you've already created. And there are steps that you're going to have to take in order to do that. And it might be attached to something where someone's asking you to either change or do something a certain way and you don't really want to. Or maybe they're doing something that you feel is going to affect you negatively when it comes to your reputation. Oh, interesting. We have the song Paranoid, Crash and Burn by Pop Evil. But the thing is, I don't know how much of it, the only part of the song that I've noticed at all is where he's saying, get out of my head. Interesting. I actually kind of feel like I need to leave it here, but I am going to talk about this Seven of Swords real quick. Okay, I'm going to talk about the Seven of Swords real quick. Something about the song, it's talking about the voice in my head, get out of my head, the voice in my head. Take that however it resonates. Okay, so that song just ended. Okay, this is about a relationship. Now we have I Can't Tell You Why from the Eagles. But it's about some sort of deception. I was going to leave it here, but the Seven of Swords caught my attention. There's definitely deception in this relationship. And somebody's saying, I can't tell you why I do the things that I do. All right, I'm going to go ahead and leave it here, and I think we're going to move on to Taurus. Let me get these situated. In fact, we are going to edit this part out, so let me pause this. All right, I'm back. Oh, I forgot what I was doing. That's what happens when you don't really have a plan. All right, so we're going to move on to Taurus now. I already have my wheel set. I just have to give the cards a good shuffle. Let's get some charms for Taurus. Oh, interesting. Before I read that, hold on. Let me give these cards a shuffle while I look at those. Let me turn over what I can, and then I'll start talking about it while I'm shuffling. We'll start with this deck because this is the one that's going to be our overall energy. It's interesting that the only charm you have in the center of the bucket is the owl. So it's all about either school or educating yourself, something like you're either learning something, maybe you're going back to school, there's some sort of wisdom or clarity coming in. And especially because it's facing upwards, it's like you know that that this energy, like you see this, that you need to study something or learn or educate yourself about something. Or there's just, you could be, maybe you are a school teacher, something. Maybe you work with kids as well. Also children, so this is it's not a mediumship charm, but it is one of the special charms that I have in my bucket. It's one that belongs to my granddaughter, but she's too old to play with it now. So it could be that maybe you are, your focus right now has to do with like your children and their school, right? Something with them at school. So take that however it resonates, but there's something that you're having to study or educate yourself about. So we're going to ask with these particular, the oracle cards, what is it that What are you studying? We have the song. Already Dead, Juice WRLD. Take a minute to breathe with me. It helps if you say my name over and over in your head. That way we can connect better. Just say Missy repeatedly. Interesting, this one wanted to split as I was cutting the deck. So now we have lawyer. So you're going through some sort of legal issues that you're going to have to really pay attention to what's happening. Now this could be legal issues surrounding school. We have a trip to the country on the bottom of the deck. It feels like you kind of need to relax. Interesting. You could be dealing with some sort of legal issue here that has to do with children. It could be a school trip as well. I just realized with this here, there could be some legal issues surrounding a school trip, that maybe that's what you're having to focus on, especially if you are a school teacher. Yeah, so we have coming into the first house, well, it's actually the first to second house, you've got the Christmas bells. Something joyful, something that's going to make you very happy, that will affect you personally. It'll either affect you financially or you know, when it like where the happiness that you feel is attached to your value system, those things that you value, right? Like, do you value beauty? Do you value joy? Do you value fun? Maybe you do value joy with this particular charm here, but you've got the terminated quartz that came out with it, and they came out like this between both houses, meaning that, you know, your value system and your money is going to be, there's going to be surprises around it, surprises that are healing and that bring balance to these issues, but that will also make you feel joyful when it comes to your money. Like you'll feel very happy when this balance comes through, when it financially or to your value system. So the third house and the fourth house. So actually I need to go back over here. I still feel drawn to the second house for you when it comes to your value system. I feel like I need to explain a little bit more. Because of the way, like this is a Christmas bell, right? So the way this makes me feel when I see it, it makes me feel like surprises at Christmas, like little gifts that bring balance to a situation. So these could be little things like maybe it's a small trip, right? A small excursion with friends, or maybe not even a small excursion with friends, like maybe it's a really good meal. But you know, not just one. I feel like this is going to be a few little things that are going to kind of balance things out for you. That's number one. Then we come to the third and fourth house, and we've got what I like to call the sun, moon, and star charm. It's not really what the image is of, but you can see the sun there, and then there's like a star there if it'll focus. There's a star off to the side. It kind of looks like a twilight. Like when I look at it, it makes me feel of like twilight. The sun's setting, like the sun is getting ready to set. So it's that in between, which is very, you know, synchronistic for this particular reading because of this deck here. That's what this deck is called. So this is talking about the in between, right, or the energy that's comes right before an end. It's like the conversation that comes right before an end, because this is hitting the 3rd and 4th houses. It could be a conversation about the end, about the twilight, about the sunset of something around home and family. And we have the song, it's Incubus. Hold on. Come on. Dang it. Consequence is the song. But the part of the song that keeps catching my attention is where it's saying, because you never know what's coming around the bend. As I was talking about the twilight or the sunset of something around the house, and the conversation that needs to be had before it, that's where the song was at, where it was saying, because you never know what's coming around the bend. I think that was the part of the song that probably was meant for this particular reading. Although you still want to Google the lyrics to see if there's anything else that resonates for you. Then we have again here, like you're very much in, look at this reading, you're all over the place. All of these charms are in between. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. So that's 5 is the number of change. So that's going to be significant for you. I also want to point out this card here is card number 16, which breaks down to a 7, meaning that, you know, this is about your spiritual path or being on the right path, moving in the right direction, right? And then you have the master number 33. So master numbers are very important because of the energy that they carry, but 33 is like, it has to do with creativity, collaboration, cooperation, but coming to it breaks down to the energy of 6. So it's like coming together for love, or coming together for 6 is also the number of money, right? Because it's the number for Venus. So it can be love or money, right? And also in this particular card, we do have what looks like a couple. Right? Could be they're just meeting each other. But this is the excursion card, or a trip to the country is what this card is. So it's very likely that what's happening here is part of your message is going to include you meeting someone if you go on a trip, especially if you're going on a trip to the country. We have this song, Ain't No Rest for the Wicked, Cage the Elephant. Okay, so we're going to see if your message, the message that we have, I haven't completed the charms yet, but I want to see if the message that's coming through, you know, if it's from spirit or a passed on loved one, which one it is. Okay, so we do have a man coming through, a masculine, younger masculine. When I say younger, this is going to be someone who is under the age of 50. Okay, and it's interesting that we have fertility and renewal as the message coming through as well, and I'm also seeing, it looks like a bird here, so there is some sort of messages. I would say maybe even renewal in a relationship possible. Hold on. I feel like it's, if it's not an earth sign that's coming through, this person was like very much into the outdoors. One thing that I did feel with this deck, it feels very pagan to me, and I do feel that coming through with this card. So if I was to say like different, I would say, Europe, some type of European pagan, indigenous spiritual practice, right, is what's coming through here. But very, very earthy, very much like they liked outdoors, very much. I feel like probably they were a hunter in some way. Okay, so moving on over here, we have between the 5th and 6th houses. So this is, I just realized this one is in the shape of a square. I don't know if you can see that. This particular crystal. It just happens to be one of my little chip stones that I noticed happened to be in that shape, and I was like, ooh, I need to put that in my charm box because it's quartz, clear quartz, but to be in the shape of a square, that represents the number 4, which is the number for security and stability. And then if you notice here, in this particular card, we've got the 4 of clubs. And so I'm taking this to mean that this collaboration, cooperation, coming together for something creative where you might meet somebody on some sort of short trip or something. It could have to do, it could be very like secure. Also, hold on, because right here, so we have the 5th and 6th house. The 5th house is the house of romance. The 6th house is the house of like health. It's also like charity, service, and the work that you do each day, or what you're doing with your time each day. How do you spend your time? We have the song "Never Love Again," Anthony Hamilton. So to have this square come out over these two houses, it feels very healing to me. And I say that because this is about security. I mean, it can be about money as well, because this is the house of work, and this is the house of creativity and fun, but we've got this card here, and it just feels like a relationship. There's some sort of something about a relationship that's maybe going to be secure and healing. And then again, this card I feel plays into that as well, because it says fertility and renewal. I feel like it's talking about a renewal in, especially with this song here, like your belief in love in some way. That could be why this lawyer's here. Maybe you need to seek a lawyer. Take that however it resonates for your situation, especially if you have kids involved. We also have Saturn coming through the 7th house, which is your house of others, the people that are going to be opposed to you. And Saturn restricts, especially Saturn in Scorpio restricts. It's very maudlin, depressed energy. There's a lot of restrictive energy, and it's long term, right? And it's interesting too that we've got the Queen coming through in the 8th house, because if you heard me at the very beginning of this video when I was talking about how Scorpio is feminine energy, divine feminine energy, or Queen energy, right? The 8th house is Scorpio's house. But if you see the way these three charms are together, they're very much connected. And this is Scorpio energy here sitting in your 7th house. Especially if you have Taurus rising, that means this is what your chart looks like anyway. So all of this is probably going to resonate for you like really double. But there's restriction. So if we take these two houses together, the 7th and 8th houses, this is where you're talking about marriage and sex, right? But it's also partnership and money. So if we're looking at a relationship, and based on everything else that's come through, the imagery, the song, everything else that's come through, there's some issue around probably you being the one who has had to sort of be the one in charge. You've had to restrict others, especially if you're dealing with a Scorpio. and it's been like a long-term thing. I think you've probably created some long-term security as well. Because if you just take these two charms and leave those in the 8th house, that to me talks about like, oh my God, that's long-term security. Especially with this over here, I would say, because the 2nd and 8th houses are in opposition to each other, and that would put this joyful, happy, surprise energy in your 2nd house, and this long-term, you are in charge energy when it comes to like resources. These are the money houses, right? So I would say like maybe you've probably created some long-term security just by yourself, but I think you've done it for your partner based on this. We have the song Scars to Your Beautiful. But I think there are also lessons to be learned from this as well, because it is Saturn, and Saturn can bite. Saturn, like I said, it can be, especially when you put it into Scorpio, Mars in Capricorn works well, and Scorpio and Capricorn work well together because they are they sit sextile to each other, 60 degrees apart, which means their energy flows easily. They understand each other, but Saturn likes to restrict. Saturn can be very controlling, and Scorpio can be very controlling. So when you put that in the house of others, either others are controlling you and restricting you when it comes to your money, even though you're the one who is probably built the security in some way. Like, take that however it resonates. Like, for instance, let's say you're the one who's providing the money, but the stuff is in somebody else's name or something like that, right? Like, some people can have that issue where their credit gets bad, and so they have to have somebody else do something in their name for them, right? But there are some lessons that when it comes to this, like, there are lessons to be learned from that, and it's very possible that that could be what this owl is talking about here, where there's a lot of lessons and education attached to whatever this money partnership contract issue is. And then we come up here to the 9th and 10th houses. Again, more straddling of the houses energy, right? This one says made with love, and then you've got the open heart key, which is what I see as my solutions charm, right? Like, but also solutions that make you very happy. So again, very positive energy coming in about small things that are joyful, that are very valuable to you, very small things that help to, like, their financial things. Anyway, between the 9th and 10th houses, you're talking about your higher self, and then your integrity, as well as the work that you do out in the world that brings security home to your family. And if you notice, these two charms are sitting directly opposite with each other as well, right? And so there's solutions coming in around that. And I think it's solutions that you kind of already know need to take place, because we have, the 9th house attached to this here. I think you might just be worried about, you want to do things in a compassionate way with the way these charms are. Like, whatever it is, you want to do the right thing, do things with the compassionate way. You want to bring solutions that make everyone happy. And then we come to the 11th house here, which is where we have the dinosaur and this ruler that I can never remember the name of, what they're called. But these are the kinds of things that you would use if you were like designing a house or something, right? Measuring things out. There's so much room on this side of the room for this, and then we've got this much room left over here for that. It could be because it's coming out with the House of Friends, right? I really feel like it's saying, because of the dinosaur, right? Dinosaurs to me feel ancient. There's like ancient wisdom attached to it, especially when you have these like measuring ancient wisdom in the house of friendship. It's like allow your friends, especially if they're different from you, because we have this dinosaur here. Like maybe you have friends who have their own ancestral wisdom or their own something that they can help you out here. Take that however that resonates for your situation. Interesting. Okay, so we're going to get, hold on, we have the song Discovery. Kaylee, I can never say her name right. Hold on, I'm going to actually look it up right here because I know it's going to come up a bunch of times. I've got it on shuffle too, and I don't know why the same bands are coming through over and over, but you know that it is what it is. So how do you, wait, voice search, how, get rid of that. Oh wait, there it was, right there. How to pronounce. Oh, I don't know what that is. Of course it doesn't say. Like, where's the dictionary when you need it, right? Because don't the dictionaries usually break names down into like phonetics or words down into phonetics? I don't know how to say her name. I need help. Okay, anyway, that was her song, and I don't know how to say her name, and I apologize for that. Okay, let me... One more shuffle, then we'll see what your message is. I mean, I think we already kind of know what your message is, but let's see if what the rest of your message is, what else they want to tell you. All right. I don't read reversals. So we've got the Sun and the Two of Wands. Very positive energy, especially because these being the in-between cards. Oh, and look, you got the Ace of Coins underneath the Sun with the Page of Coins underneath the Two of Wands. This is really good. I don't know if it was you or Aries, only because I'm filming these one right after the other. Yeah, it was Aries that had the Two of Wands, but I was explaining with the Two of Wands in Aries how, first of all, these cards, they talk about the energy in between each of the cards, like what happens once you leave the Sun before you enter Judgment, right? Or once you leave the Two of Wands before you enter the Three of Wands. And as I was explaining in Aries reading, in the Two of Wands, this is where you're planning something, right? You're putting the plan to paper, but in the Three of Wands, you're actually taking the steps, right? So between the time that you're putting things into paper and the time that you take the steps, what's happening there, right? And there's a lot of like thought that goes into that, which is coming through here with the Judgment card. So it's interesting to me that you have this Two of Wands coming after the Sun, because I feel like you get good news with the Sun, and then it makes you think. It really puts you in your head, which we saw over here, right? And this is where you start planning things out. You're like, I'm going to put all these steps into place, but I'm going to make sure that whatever it is that I do, I'm going to do it with love. I'm going to make sure I put my heart into it. And I kind of feel like, in a way, this person is juggling over here. I'm not sure if that's what, I don't have my glasses on, but it kind of looks like this person is juggling over here. And it almost feels like she's saying like, well, why are you doing it that way when there's like an easier way? So take that however it resonates for your situation as well. And that could be somehow attached to the planning that needs to happen. Like maybe when you're trying to put the plan on paper, maybe someone's idea looks like it might be a little bit more difficult, right? Like you might be juggling, like their idea would entail juggling too much or too many things, or it would get too confusing or something, and you're like, well, maybe there's an easier way to do this. However, that's attached to this situation. But we do have to look at, well, let's go to the next cards. Okay, so now we have the Ace of Coins and the Page of Coins. So this might be like attached to work for somebody. This definitely could be attached to work. I don't know, I really do feel like romance is definitely coming through though because of this card over here. Romance, definitely, don't discount that out. But there could be a work, and the same thing happened with Aries. It came through as romance and then work as well. So with this, the Ace of Coins, the Ace of Pentacles, this is right after you've received the gift, which is what the Ace of Pentacles energy is. You've received something tangible, or there's an offer of something tangible. But this is before you, you know, put it into, like, you put it to use. So as you can see, he's got his little chain that hooks it. You know how you put the locket, or the thing in your pocket, and you've got the chain that attaches it, secures it to your clothing or whatever. So I feel like that what these two are saying, especially with this chain here, you've received the offer, but you have not secured the offer yet, and that's because it's going to take some more work, possibly help, because you are, well, and also like leveling up, maturing, because you're between the Page and the Knight. But this is a court card, so there's people attached to this, right? And you can see the people right here in the background. Here's the, I would say, like, you, right? But you've got other people helping you back here, like you're having to tell them what it is that you need done, and they're in the background helping you. Interesting. Look at, now we've got the Two of Pentacles. You had the Ace of Pentacles, and now you've got the Two of Pentacles. I thought I really mixed them, but we have the song, hold on, Believer. Hold on. Believer by Imagine Dragons. What did I do? Yeah, Believer by Imagine Dragons. Okay. All right. Okay, so going back to what we were reading. So we went from the Ace of Pentacles to the Two of Pentacles. Oh, wait. And then we had the Page of Coins, right? And it's interesting to me that the next card after the Two of Pentacles, remember when I said that between the Ace, when you had the Ace of Pentacles, you hadn't secured the offer yet because the chain hadn't been secured to the clothing yet, correct? So now here we are with the Two of Pentacles. You've secured the offer. Now you've got the people that were depicted here. This is where you're a step further. You see that they're working for you, helping you out in the background here. Now you're projecting that out to the authority figures with the Emperor coming behind you. This is like the portal that you need to step through, but this is there's probably two people that you're going to have to convince, right? And look at, she's getting ready to go through a door there as well. So you're getting ready to step through some sort of portal, but you have to convince two people of something. Two people who may not see eye to eye as well. I don't know about, I mean, just because there's no bridge here and you see soldiers at the top of that mountain on either side, right? So this is the card that moves between the Emperor and the Hierophant. So this would be like the energy between, especially with those soldiers up there, think of like King Henry VIII and the Catholic Church, right? But there's no bridge there. So maybe you are having to be the bridge that you know, connects the two, but so that it's not fighting. I don't know, or I don't know. Take that how it resonates. But I do think there's opposing views here. They don't necessarily look like they're going to fight, although it does look like it's a possibility, right? Oh, come on, focus. I'm actually going to leave it here, but I don't want it to focus on this. See? Like, it looks like it's a possibility. Like, they're shouting insults at each other or something, right? What are you going to do? Come say that to my face. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, take that however it resonates. It doesn't have to be. We have the song Tantrum. Interesting that I was saying that. The song Tantrum by Ashniko. You might want to Google the lyrics. But hold on, she's saying, riots on the TV, freeway dirt bike popping wheelies. They want to keep it PG. All their daughters want to be me. I'm Georgia Peachy, believe me. Head out the window, it's breezy. They have my ass like bikinis. I'm not nice, I'm a meanie. Sorry, mom and dad, I did something bad. Anyway, look at the lyrics, see how or if it even applies to your situation. But yeah, it feels like you might have to convince two people of something, definitely. You might have the solution, especially, like, because for you, it's about, doing something with love, coming, with this planning. But it looked like in those cards, like you were saying to them, why are you going about it the hard way? Like, there's no reason to go about it the hard way, do it this way. And with this song, like, the hard way might be an argument or something. But okay, all right, so yeah, I'm going to move on to Gemini, but I'm going to edit out some stuff, so I'll be right back. All right, Gemini, you're up next. Music's too loud. Okay, so we have It Takes Two, Rob Bass and DJ Easy Rack. All right. All right, so you have a feminine coming through, an older feminine. So that's, your message is coming from an older feminine. Let's get some overall general messages. I keep forgetting to do that in the beginning of the reading because that was my intention when I prayed before I started these, was that they would be messages from passed on loved ones. Maybe that's what I should call the video. That was the thing, I just didn't know what to call the video because I didn't know how to explain what I was feeling. Man, I wish I could do these readings with the music like in the background while I'm doing it rather than just in my earbuds. Okay, interesting. So we have, first of all, I feel like there's people, look at another person coming through, and then look at a dark-haired woman. Hold on. I feel like it might stop there. So people, first of all. A lot of people involved, but then look at the message on each of these. We have absence. There's a widow here, a dark-haired woman, a letter, success, absence, right? First of all, I think the woman that's coming through probably had dark hair. But there's something about a letter. And then we have success here as well, and someone's being crowned, right? Interesting, hold on. There we go. Someone's being crowned. So maybe this is like, someone's being chosen is kind of how it feels. Someone's being chosen. there's a widow attached, there's some, and a letter attached, but maybe this widow has been absent in some way. This woman that's coming through is a dark-haired woman, and her message has to do with this widow. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the widow card, and we're going to get, I want more information on the letter as well, but I want to see what's happening with the widow. All right. And the song, it takes two, it takes two. It takes two to make a thing go right. It takes two. Breathe with me. I'm almost there. We just need like one or two more shuffles before it feels like the deck is ready or... There's something about a baby girl. All-American Girl, Carrie Underwood. But I feel it's like baby girl. It has to do with the surprise of it being a girl. Maybe you thought you were going to have a boy or something. I don't know why it just feels like that, like something about the surprise that this was a girl, because that's kind of the theme of the song, right? Like where she says in the beginning that once they got married, he was hoping for a football star, or he was hoping for a baby boy and ended up with a girl. Sorry, they were at the song where it talks about the football star, so I'm listening as I'm talking. Not always easy. We have the Eight of Cups. But so this particular deck, again, the energy, I've explained it a couple of times, but if you were skipping forward and you don't watch any of the other signs, you won't know what I've said, right? So the energy is the energy that sits between the two cards. And with the Eight of Cups, it's a card that talks about, seeing something that is missing, something that you really need or want that's missing from your life and going in pursuit of it. And then with the Nine of Cups, that's where you're feeling the happiness or the satisfaction of having attained what it was that you were pursuing. But this particular deck, its focus is meant to look at what happens between the two cards. When you make that decision to pursue what it is that you want, and you've attained it, what is the work that you have to put in the meantime, right? And so with this imagery here, well, first of all, she's fishing, right? So there is a sense of like being patient, number one. But I have to be honest, when I first saw this card, I really had like Six of Swords vibes, like moving on to better things vibes. Like that's just kind of how it feels to me, but she's not moving anywhere, if that makes sense. She's just she's sitting there fishing. I'm also, it's interesting to me the way that the light is playing on the card. You see how there's this spotlight shining behind her, right? And then over here where she's fishing, the water is really, really green. So, first of all, the light talks about like clarity or something being highlighted, right? It's not necessarily her, but something behind her. And then we have, with all of this green here, you know, that's heart chakra energy. It's emotional energy anyway, because it is the suit of cups. It is water, but you know, this is. So I think what they're talking about here, what your loved one, your passed on loved one, is the message to you. I think what they're saying is that there is a widow around you who is possibly ready to date, maybe. And I think your passed on loved one is saying something to the effect of, like, go for it, kind of. And it's interesting because this card came out in one of the other readings. I don't remember which one, but I feel the same way looking at it right now that I did in that reading. Excuse me. We have, hold on. We have the song Warning by Incubus playing in the background. It's talking about she knew that her life had passed her by. Don't ever let life pass you by, is what it's saying in the background as I'm talking. But anyway, when I saw this in the other reading, I really felt like this woman here is saying to this person that looks like they're juggling or they're throwing something or whatever this is. There's something about the way that it looks like this person is saying, why are you doing it that way? Why are you doing it the hard way when you could be doing it this way? And I feel like maybe that the message is, if you're doing it this way, it's through a letter. Interesting. So this is the World to the Fool. Very interesting. It has a feel of like a ritual. The best way for me to describe it would be, well, like a ritual, like, and yet I feel there's something that feels very angelic about this figure here. And as you can see, they've got a shovel there, so they're getting ready to dig something. Hold on, let me get that to focus. They're getting ready to dig something up. I can't get it to focus. Or maybe they're already, because now when I look at it closer, it looks as if he's placing that, it looks like a match. Like he's putting a match down in there, getting ready to light everything on fire, right? Which could be foolish. I don't know, you have to take that however it resonates for your situation. I don't feel like it's saying that it would be foolish for you to pursue this person. Maybe that's one of your fears. You do have the Four of Wands, you know, which is very positive energy. even sitting between the Four of Wands and Five of Wands, because you go from the celebration and the happy, like the party and energy or atmosphere in the Four of Wands, where everything then, by the time you get to the Five of Wands, the energy has shifted to something a little bit more chaotic, right? A little bit more like challenging and competitive and argumentative. But this is going to be the energy between that, where, like, as you can see, it looks like everybody's like doing their thing, trying to get attention all at the same time. So maybe that has to do with something here. Hold on. Okay. I see. So if they're talking about you, because I do really feel, and then look at, this really feels like a ritual. This is what I was trying, I didn't remember that this was in this deck. I remember looking at the cards before, but this energy feels very much the same as the energy here. So when I first opened this box of cards, and I wanted to take pictures of everything so that I could put them up for sale on my website. But anyway, when I saw this card here, I loved it. And I thought, oh, that's, so perfectly pagan, right? It really looks like he's doing a ritual, but it's pagan. It's the bridge between the magician and the high priestess, right? The magician has all of the tools that he needs, and the high priestess has the intuitive knowledge. So you put the two together, right? Well, he actually uses the tools to gain the intuitive knowledge, basically, but it's a ritual. And then here's where you've successfully, something has been successfully completed, but then it brings you right back into something new with the Fool. And this is the steps that you're taking in between, right? You're lighting a fire here, but I feel like what it's saying is, if this person, whoever this is that's a widow, is probably ready to get back out there and date again, this is what the competition is going to look like. They're all trying to do something spectacular to get the person's attention, and that's your competition, right? And so they're saying you have to do things differently. Interesting that, and we have this, hold on, interesting, sometimes you can't make this up when it comes, like, we have the Saints of Violence and Innuendo by Shinedown in the background. You might want to Google that song, see how the lyrics apply, but I just heard some of the lyrics were saying, tell me the truth, tell me a lie. And then we come to the Six of Swords, but this is carrying the Seven of Swords energy, because this is, so in the Seven of Swords, he's going to steal the swords of this camp over here. This is the enemy camp, right? So the Six of Swords carries energy of, well, I'm moving on to something better. I'm going to, leave the chaos for calmer waters. And typically it's because you have a plan, right? You're leaving one thing to head for something else. And so this is his plan right here. You can see him like kind of hiding out, sneaking in the background, waiting for them to leave so that he can go in and steal the swords that you see happening in the Seven of Swords typically. Where you see him running away, he's got 5 of the swords in his arms and the other 2 are left behind because he couldn't carry them all with him. So this is here where you have to, I feel like literally what it's saying is pay attention to what the other people are doing so that you can kind of, I don't know, I guess maybe that's what you've been doing, is paying attention to what everyone else is doing and failing at, so that you can come in and I don't know, swoop in with some letter or something, I don't know. Because letter did come out in the very beginning, which means there's some sort of communication, some sort of written communication. Maybe you need to write something. And then look, you've got the Ten of Cups. Come on, that's like the happy ending card, especially when it goes between the Ten of Cups to the Ace of Cups. Because this is the Ten of Cups would be right, like after the marriage, right? This would be after the wedding, or this would be the married life together as a couple before the baby is born. The Ace of Cups can typically speak to a child being born or a birth if it's in combination with other cards. But if you're going to go the space between the wedding and the baby being born, that's what this card's all about, right? Or another baby being born into the family, because you can see she's pregnant there. Maybe if you want children or you want another child, that's something that could be on the horizon with this person. I feel like that's what they're saying. You could have children, or maybe you want children with this person. And then look, the Knight of Cups to the Queen of Cups. And it's supposed to be the maturity of the energies, but I feel like this is the feelings going towards. And again, she's pregnant. So there's something about children here. And then we've got the Seven of Coins, which has to do with patience. But look at, she's signing her name here. And then we go back to the letter. There's something, maybe a contract, something about contracts. And then we have the song, hold on. Forever After All, Luke Combs. Interesting. I think I'm going to go to the charms now. And then look, you've got the telephone here coming out in the second house. Something about money and contracts. Okay, and then we've got this very small piece of fluorite that's coming out right about, I would call it, on the cusp of the 8th and 9th houses. So this one's going to be a little further off. Fluorite, especially that color there, it has to do with like discussions, talking about, and especially because you've got the telephone in the second house, and then this is hitting the 8th house here, money houses. So it could be a contract, or talking about the details of some sort of contract or promise or something that has to do with money. And then you've got this ship here with the 9th house, with free to fly coming over here to the 11th house. So this is about like, especially if there's like a contract where there's something about a contract over here, but then there's still freedom to travel, there's freedom to like see the world here, but this is also about inner journeys, but especially because of this free to fly here, there's something about being free in the very center, but it's not quite, it's more about the 11th house. So meeting other people, socializing, networking, all of that kind of stuff, right? There's a dual message here because of the fluorite coming from the 8th house, talking out the details. It's going to really require you going to your higher self, going within to what you know to be, like, you have to really confront yourself, right? You can't, when you do an inner like shadow work spirit journey, you have to really confront yourself, as well as all of the different aspects of the pain that you're going through. But the hardest part of it is having to confront yourself, right? And I really feel that strongly here, like before you go off and do whatever with this freedom, because I do think there's like travel and whatever else going on, that you have to, especially because we have the water rune sitting on the first house, you really have to do this inner journey. Like you have to be really balanced within, or the details you might get the details wrong in this contract. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and leave it here for Gemini, and I'll be back with Cancer. I forgot to mention we have a piece of tourmalated quartz, and then we have the fertility rune coming through in the 5th house. We already saw something about children here, and that's what this house represents. So it kind of feels like maybe you need to let go of somebody, or it feels like you really want to pursue a relationship with someone and you want to have children with them or something like that. But there's something about freedom. You need your freedom to do that. So now I'm going to leave it here and we'll move on to Cancer. All right, Cancer. So we got sad, sorry, after party. Upsall. Let's see. Who is sending your message, or who is it that has a message for you, I should say. So we have a male coming through. I'm going to say an older male. It just feels that way. Hold on. Let's get some more on this. I feel like I actually kind of want to get, I want to get characteristics there. I'm not sure. I feel like I want to get one here that might give us a clue. Let's see. Chattering. So this is a man, an older man who likes to talk a lot. Somebody who's very successful, probably had a lot of money or awards because of the imagery here. You can see this person's being crowned. Country house. So I feel like they had either a very nice house or even like an actual vacation home. That's how successful they were. They even could be from like somewhere in the country. Like maybe that's where they grew up, but then they moved. I feel like these three want to come out. Yeah. So now we have reconciliation. A widow, a letter, and a quarrel. Interesting. Is this his wife, maybe, who's still here now that after he's passed? And there's some sort of quarrel over who knows what, you know, maybe something to do with a letter, something somebody said, maybe, and now there's going to be a reconciliation, or I think they want you to reconcile. Could be between brothers, because we have two men here. There was definitely something that was said, and look, we have two men here as well. You see the one man in the window. So there was something that was said, probably written, that bothered, you know, another person, especially like, and then look at now we've got two men fighting again. Probably two brothers. Could be maybe something about like dad passed away, mom is still here, and dad is like and if you're maybe you're the widow, but or if not, maybe you're one of the brothers. It just depends. Take it however it resonates for you. But there's some message where dad is saying there's either a reconciliation coming or it needs to come. Maybe it has something to do with mom, news about mom. And then we have the song, I don't know if I said this already, but we have the song, come on. Can't Get Enough, Bad Company. Interesting. Look at, we have sweet card, and then protector. Okay, and then look, we come back all the way over here to city house. Somebody definitely has like a vacation home. Flatterer, weakness, protector, sweet card. Maybe you get some sort of letter or message, either like from one of your parents that talks about how much they love you. Okay, let's move on to the actual cards. Let's see. I actually kind of want to see what is the fight about here. Really, that's what I want to do. Okay, so I think the fight, based on the song in the background, we've got Take It on the Run by REO Speedwagon. It's one of those songs that I grew up with, and it's at the very beginning where it's talking about how, like, people are talking about, he's singing the song to his significant other, and he's saying, people are talking about you. They're saying that you're doing X, Y, Z, right? I wonder if that's what this argument is about. Maybe one person is talking about the other person's significant other, and it caused some sort of, like, it actually kind of feels like here, like one person is saying, look, did you know that so-and-so is doing X, Y, Z? It causes an argument. Let me shuffle a couple more times before I want to see what this fight is over, but I think we already might have our answer. It's about something that was said about someone. And I think like maybe that whatever they said might have been true. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I think that's what happened. Whatever they said might have been true. And now that the person who didn't want to believe what they were being told about their significant other knows the truth, like there's going to be this reconciliation. Okay, look at, this is the Queen of Swords, but interesting that it's being depicted as a man who looks like he's getting ready to fight. So the Queen of Swords is known for having a sharp tongue and saying things that are not so nice, right? And the King of Swords is known for being very, like, cold. You cannot tell what he's feeling because he gives nothing away, right? The Queen of Swords is her sharp tongue is, she's not trying to be, well, unless she's in her toxic energy. If she's in her toxic energy, then absolutely she's trying to hurt you, right? If she's saying toxic things. But if she's not, if she's in her healthy energy and she's just being honest and it's something that the person she's talking to doesn't want to hear, this could very well be their reaction, right? Like, what'd you say? And look at, they're defending people back here, and probably more than just people, probably because we're coming back over here, there could be something about a family issue, right? So they're protecting like family or land or like something that's like, yeah, I would say like a house or something that's like long term that would be family. It would be a family thing, right? Anyway, so that's kind of like, it's interesting to me that that's what's on the bottom. And look at now, the song that's coming off is Headstrong, trapped. And I know this song very well too. The song goes like, back off, I'll take you on, headstrong to take on anyone. This energy right here. Interesting. And I forgot to turn the wheel, but we'll do that before I get the charms. Okay, hold on. I want to leave this one out. I don't know why. I just feel like I need to. Let's see if there's anything else that they want to talk about the argument. Like, what is the argument about? We've got the Seven of Coins. So this is about some sort of contract or maybe a will, because we have this coming out literally on top of the letter here, and she's signing her name to the Bill of Human Rights. And so the Seven of Coins, or the Seven of Pentacles energy, is that of being patient, because you planted the seeds for something, right? But you have to wait for those seeds to do their thing so that they can sprout. And then when you get to the Eight of Pentacles, and after the seeds are already, they've matured enough and they're ready to be harvested, then there's a lot of work attached to that. So this is the area in between, right? It's the time where you have to wait, you have to be patient for I think it's saying like the proper steps or something, whatever that means. Sorry, I had a call coming in. Okay, and then look at, interesting. Now we have the Judgment on the bottom of the deck. Or I should say the Sun card, but it feels more like the Judgment card to me. I wonder if this has to do with like property. There's some sort of, you're waiting for some sort of judgment about property. That's how it feels to me, like it's coming through as a message that has to do with property. Somebody might be trying to steal, or there might be accusations of something like that, but also there's some sort of argument over gossip, right? Someone doesn't want to believe what somebody else is saying about their significant other or the person that they trust. Let's get some charms. This is not where you belong. If that's what's coming through, this is not where you belong. Okay. So interesting. I won't give everything away. This is not where you belong, is what's like really hitting me. I feel like this is something about like property or something, like the fight over. Okay, so we have a piece of black tourmaline, the charm that says best, surpassing all others in quality. That's what it says there. Then we have the, oh, look at, holy crap. We've got the shell, and then we've got this right here. So this is definitely, I think, about like inheritance or something. It has something to do with inheritance and the fight over inheritance in some way. And then there's also this thing in the background, probably about someone insulting someone else's, or if they haven't insulted someone else's significant other, it's beyond that. It's like gossip, or, you know, saying something about the other person that like, you don't want to believe at first, but like maybe the reconciliation comes back once they learn that it's actually true or something. We have the song Help by Papa Roach. Okay. I'm not sure what this best here in the center is talking about, though. Surpassing all others in quality. Well, actually, now that I think about it, and it's saying, I think I need help, it could be like maybe you need help to protect yourself, like you need to get the best of the best to protect yourself. Because that's what the black tourmaline is about, right? The shell, it has to do with like emotions. This is like an emotional situation. We already know that. And now it's saying praying on my weakness. Yeah, so like somebody might be trying to prey on your weakness and you've got to protect yourself. Yeah, you should really look up this song and like Google the lyrics and see how, because it's really, for me, it's really making sense based on what's coming through already. Anyway, it's the song Help by Papa Roach. So we're gonna come to, well, let's start at your 12th house, because everything is kind of right here in this sort of semicircle between the 12th to 6th. And so to have the moon and a piece of amethyst come out in the 12th house does not surprise me at all. This is the house of your dreams, like nighttime dreams and nightmares, but it can also be those dreams and fears that you hold during the day that maybe you don't always speak about, right? But I feel like this is saying there are answers coming to you, like in your dream time, intuitive answers, and that's not surprising to me either, especially because this is October, you know, the veil is thinning in this month. I think that's the reason that I felt so strong to use these particular, or that the particular deck that I used for the mediumship readings. I feel that I think that's the reason that I feel so strongly pulled to use these decks, because I don't typically consider myself a medium. It's not something that I practice. It's not that I can't do it. It's not something that I practice. I learned through cards and different tools. So anyway, that doesn't matter to the reading itself, unless that resonates for your situation in some way. But what I'm getting at is that, you know, there have been a lot of messages coming through about answers coming in through your dreams. Like, really pay attention to your dreams, because your ancestors, they will find any way that they can to get a message to you in any way that they can. Like, you don't have to be a medium to get a message from your ancestors. You don't have to go see a medium to get a message from your ancestors. They're with you and around you all the time. They send you angel numbers. They send you intuitive hits, feelings, like gut instincts. Follow them. All, you know, if you think, like, if something's happening and your instinct tells you something, like, first of all, as long as you know it's not a trauma-based response, right? As long as you know that's not, and you're like, man, you know, like, let's say you meet someone. I had this experience recently. I met someone that for all intents and purposes, every single thing about them was absolutely spot on. There was nothing that I could complain about, except that every time I read a text message from this person, everything in my body just tensed up and made me like, I was like waiting for the next hit, was the sort of feeling that my body got. So if those kind of things are happening to you, trust me, that is your angels, your ancestors, that is your team looking out for you. They're there all the time, right? So you don't need to be a medium specifically to get messages. Anyway, the point that I'm making is, like, right, this month is like really, this is the time of year to connect. And you should really be paying attention to your intuitive, especially your dreams, because being Cancer, especially if you're Cancer rising, Cancer rising would put Gemini in your 12th house, and Gemini is known for, receiving messages, a lot of thought. Gemini is ruled by Mercury, the messenger. So you're getting messages in dream time. This is where they come for you. Also, the moon being, if you are Cancer rising, Cancer sun, or especially Cancer moon, you know that the moon is very intuitive anyway. And so nighttime, dream time is going to be very active for you anyway. So really pay attention. I can't stress that enough. So the answers to some of these problems, and probably even more information from your loved one, will come through in your dreams. Having the dragon in your first house tells me that you need to beware of greed. Like, seriously, I typically love seeing the dragon come out in these readings unless it comes out in particular houses. And I know when it comes out in this house, it's saying you really need to beware of greed. Really search your conscience before you, especially if you're trying to learn your intuitive hits. Like, always ask yourself first, where is this coming from, right? Is this coming from within or without, right? Is this coming from ego or love? That's going to be your clue. In your second house, you've got a piece of carnelian. I think your money is probably going to be pretty good. I don't really have a time frame for this reading. I didn't, intend for it to, but typically when I'm doing these charm readings with this specific board, I do intend for it to be for a month. So it could be within a month, or for the next month that you're watching this, like your money is good, like you're probably making money through creative pursuits. Third and fourth houses, this is like your communication and home and family houses, and the only charm here says smile. It's the same in all languages. So maybe if there's someone in your family that you are having some difficulty understanding or communicating with, they're saying, try to at least come at it from a positive perspective, with hope, I guess, attached to it, with this, because of the smile here. And then, moving into the fifth and sixth houses, especially because this is talking about smile, the fifth house has to do with fun, and then we've got the palm fronds, which for it's just my own personal interpretation for the palm fronds. It makes me feel as if, you need to reach out. That's how I always interpret that charm, reaching out to others for support, or reaching out to others to give support. So having it fall in your fifth house of joy, fun, romance, children, where there's already a message of approach something with a positive outlook or attitude, that could be attached to all of this. Like, maybe if you have children, take them out to do something fun so that it's not all serious all the time if you're not getting along, right? Same thing in romance, or if you have friends, if you just need a break and you have friends. But I do feel like it's these two are attached, or it's saying whoever this person is at home, or in your family. If it's not at home, it's someone in your family, possibly even a sibling, because it's hitting both the third and fourth houses, but it doesn't have to be, because the third house is about communication. So it's just saying, try to lighten things. Also with the ballerina here, and then we've got the sun and moon charm. So literally, if you think about how a dancer, they have to be balanced, they have to be literally on point, they've got to practice, and a ballerina in particular has to be on the point of their toes, right? They've got to be quick on their toes, they've got to be flexible and graceful and all of those things. Coming out in the sixth house, I feel like that's attached to this energy here, but beyond that, I feel like it's saying in your daily life, in your work, whatever it is that you're doing, you're going to have to try and you're going to have to really be graceful, try to have grace, try to stay balanced. If you're not dealing with children, that could be why these two are coming out, where it's saying you need to go out and have fun in order to maintain that balance and that grace that you need when you're at work. Also, there's a healing aspect attached to it, and we do have the song Just a Dream by Carrie Underwood. So if this is like a romance something or other, right, where there's healing or something attached to it, because this, and the only reason that I'm even bringing that up attached to this house is the sun and moon, divine masculine, divine feminine, and both are depicted here. So, you know, this grace in relationships or grace in romance, or there's grace or something, grace attached to this. And this song is a very sad song too. Yeah, that goes back over here, I think, to this message for the widow. I think this is the message for the widow, this song here. This is how the widow feels, and there's something attached to this where it's saying, have grace for this widow. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and leave this here, and then we'll move on to Leo. I'll be right back. All right, Leo. Oh, my doggy's coming to say hello. You probably can't see him. I guess, well, no. If you can barely see my hand right there, you can't see the doggy, but he came to say hello, Hansoro. Say hi. He's a good boy. He is a smart good boy. Okay. So first thing we're going to do is see who has a message for you. Okay, so we have a masculine, younger. When I say younger, that means under the age of 50, passed on. We also have the song, and it's actually been kind of screaming at me in the background, Two Black Cadillacs, Carrie Underwood. I want to see if I can get some attributes for him other than renewal, because I don't feel that that's necessarily attached to his personality, but I feel like there's a chance either this person is very spiritual or they had long hair. Give me 1 second, let me finish shuffling and then we'll get some more cards. It's interesting, we're doing Leo's reading, right? And we've got America Burning, Shine Down in the background, and he's talking about how the world's a stage, which is such Leo energy. Anyway, okay, so we have lawyer. Whoever this person is, they could have been a lawyer or worked in the legal field. Blonde woman. They could have been involved with a blonde woman. Maybe they were married to someone who was blonde or something. Maybe you who are watching this is blonde, because we know this is a masculine coming through. So even though this says blonde woman, maybe this masculine had blonde hair. That's possible, but it's definitely a masculine. So now we have thought, loss of money, and inconstancy. Okay, so thought really makes sense for me because of the lawyer card, and I actually feel like this could be air energy, like whoever this person was possibly was an air sign. Yeah, and so there's something about like maybe, and I don't know exactly how it works for lawyers, but maybe there's something where I would imagine if you're working by contract, right? Like your income isn't going to be consistent. And so there's something about this person who's passed on their income. There's something about the money is not consistent. I feel like 1 minute you probably have like at some point there is some abundance that comes in, like you have what you need, right, to pay your bills, but it feels like with what's coming through there, like it's saying that the money, oh look at, now we have victory. Yeah, so that's kind of like, like maybe the money isn't always consistent. Now we have a dark-haired man, we have the consultant, thief. Interesting. We've got the consultant, which matches to the lawyer, and then thief, which is always, it matches to this loss of money. So like maybe that's one of the things. Maybe whoever this person that's coming through, maybe they worked in law in some way with people who, maybe they had to sue for money or something to that effect. Like, that this was someone who helped people regain, compensation for, something scams, or like somebody, it doesn't always have to be a scam, but, if someone feels that they're wronged, they're usually going to go to court for one of two reasons, either to get justice or because they want compensation. This feels like a lawyer who goes in and does the work to help others receive compensation. We do have the song Bitch by Meredith Brooks. All right, so we're going to leave that part there. Let's see what the message is. I keep accidentally knocking my crystals out of the way, and I don't want to do that. I had them set up a certain way for a reason. All right. It's weird, this song does not go with the energy that I'm feeling from this over here. Like, this is a person who's, I don't even know why I'm putting it off to the side. Why am I doing that? This is a person who's actually, now that I think about it, we did have a blonde woman come through, and this song is literally talking about a female who is taking on the energy of a masculine. Like, that's literally, she keeps saying, like, I'm a bitch, I'm a mother, I'm a bitch, I'm a lover, I'm a child, I'm a mother, I'm a sinner, I'm a saint. Like, she's all things, right? Interesting that this is the card that comes out as well. Let me go back to this for a second, because it could be either there's someone attached to this situation who carries that energy of, like, you're female, but you're very masculine. Right, your energy is very masculine. Not that you look or sound masculine. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying that maybe you are always active, right? Like the masculine energy is active. It pursues, whereas the feminine energy is not. The feminine energy is receptive. It receives. So, maybe you're a female who's very masculine in the things that you do. Maybe you either have your own business, or you are a lawyer or something. Maybe this is a family thing where maybe your passed on loved one was a lawyer as well, and maybe you are a female who's followed in the family's footsteps, and now you're practicing maybe a different area of law. I don't know. Because there is some emphasis here on the area of law for at least the person coming through, that maybe they helped others receive compensation when they felt as if they had been cheated. in whatever, that doesn't necessarily mean it's always like business law either. That can be any kind of like malpractice or whatever, right? So then we come over here to what is the message, and we're starting off with the Nine of Wands, which again, this deck is talking about the space in between. So with the Nine of Wands, typically you would see in a traditional deck a soldier or a warrior kind of holding the line, right? And he's tired. You can see he's been beaten up, he's wounded, he's bandaged everywhere, he's on one crutch, but he's still holding the line, he's still fighting, but he's ready to give up, like he's on the verge of giving up. And then the Ten of Wands, it depicts the actual moment that he has completed carrying his load, right? Because in the Ten of Wands, I know they show a soldier in the Nine of Wands, and that's the reason this particular deck was made. This is when I said in the beginning that I read a little bit in the deck. I just wanted to understand what was the purpose of this deck. What did they mean by in between, right? Don't tell me what the cards mean or anything like that. I'm gonna figure that out myself when I look at the images. I don't want you to give me your interpretation of the card. I want to do it myself and say how I feel when I look at it. But the purpose, and by the way, we have the song Dig, Incubus in the background. It's like it got really loud for some reason, and I turned my music down before I started. But anyway, so one of the things that they talked about when the woman who made this deck said, when she was creating these, it was because there's no real storyline that happens between the cards, and so that's what this deck is meant to fill in. Now, very interesting that we have Dig by Incubus in the background, and we see someone carrying someone else, and that's what this song is about, right? Remind me that we'll always have each other, especially when you're feeling like giving up. I think that's the message. Like, dude, I want to cry. Your passed on loved one is saying, I'm carrying you in this moment to the very end so that you can finally put this load down, right? It's like saying, I'm here to support you and help you these last few steps so that you can finally rest and relax, because I see how tired you are. Ooh, like this is the first one that's really hitting me, and I really, really want to cry, because this one is like, and it's basically saying, like, with Leo at least, maybe you're feeling really overwhelmed right now. Especially those with Leo rising, but, with Leo, Sun, or Moon will apply as well. And look, we have the Ten of Swords now on the bottom of the deck. This could be in relation to some sort of betrayal. Interesting to me that we see two people talking here in the background, and then you've got the butterfly. So again, we're at the space in between. This is after the betrayal, or after the death has happened, right? After the murder really has happened, because that's what the Ten of Swords is about. And it's interesting to me that we have energy of like law over here. So maybe you work in criminal law, or maybe your person worked in criminal law or something to that effect, right? But in the Ten of Swords, you typically will see, and let me see if I can get one of my other cards to show you, but the Ten of Swords typically shows someone with 10 swords sticking out of their back. Obviously they've been stabbed in the back. It's a card of betrayal. And so, where'd it go? Come on. Give me 1 second. I swear, if it's like the card oh, there it is. I was going to say, if it's all the way on the top, I would have laughed. But as you can see, you see someone has all those swords sticking from the back. There's another person running away. And this is the Witch's Tarot, so she's trying to get into her broom, or like, if you're a lawyer, right, this would be like the crime scene photos. You see someone reaching for something, maybe their car keys, their phone, whatever it is, right? You see someone running away. There's a cat here who's protecting her, trying to protect her, which is her intuition. but she didn't listen to her intuition because she didn't see it coming, because those swords are in her back, right? But then you come over here to this particular deck, and now we see this is after the death has taken place, and you see people arguing in the background, and then you see the butterfly. Interesting too that we have the song, we have this song, Stupid, featuring Young Baby Tate by Ashniko, but the very, very first part of the song, she's going, what? I swear to God, it feels like these people are arguing over some sort of betrayal, like maybe one person doesn't think it's a betrayal or something, I don't know. But anyway, the thing about this particular card being the in-between is that you have the betrayal with the Ten of Swords, but that's also the end. After, it's also the end, the death, the end of something, right? But then the Ace of Swords is the new beginning, and that's the other meaning, or the other way you're supposed to use these cards, is that they're cyclical. There's always, it's always a cycle that leads back to the beginning. Which is a numerology thing. And so the Ace of Swords speaks to truth. So here's the truth coming in about what happened in this betrayal. That's what they're trying to get across to you. That's the message for you, is that there's some sort of truth coming in about a betrayal. Someone is supporting you the last steps of the way, but also being that this is the Nine of Wands, which is the last step before you get to the Ten of Wands, right, where you get to set that burden down, right? This is also an ending. It's another 10, but this is where there's truth coming in about like the betrayal of it, the details of something that's really going to transform a situation as well with the butterfly there. It's really, really going to change things. Also look at death as well. There's something truth about a death maybe coming in, or some ending. Look at, we've got the phoenix rising as well. We've got the butterfly here that transforms, and now we've got the phoenix rising. So we've got Scorpio coming through twice, so there could be Scorpio attached to this situation. But when you transition from death to temperance, that's literally the soul transitioning. That's what this card is talking about, is the soul transitioning and being met by the angels. Maybe you have questions about your ancestor, your passed on loved one's death, and there are answers coming in about it. If it's not about a death, then it's questions about an ending where you thought, based on this song here, an ending where you thought somebody was supporting you and they really weren't. It was all a lie. It was all a lie, and you're going to find out about it. And that's the message they want to give you. But there's beyond that. It also feels like something like they're saying they transitioned peacefully with that angel there. They were met by the angels. They want you to know that as well as a side message. It's coming through really strong. Like they were met by the angels and family too, with this card coming through. But yeah, that is definitely a side message coming through. The phoenix rising from the ashes with the butterfly. I feel like this is saying this transformation, it brings freedom from this situation. Probably, you were probably been stuck in your head with this situation. It transforms and brings freedom. It really totally 1000% changes and renews things with the phoenix here. Okay, we have the song Medusa by Kaylee Morgu, the same name. I don't know why the same artists keep coming up today. I have it on shuffle. It should have a bunch of different, but it's doing the repeat for whatever reason, so I'm just going to go with it. So, first of all, I gotta grab this. Oh no. All right, so that's coming out over the 10th and 11th. Actually, you have quite a few pieces of tourmalated quartz. You've got 3 of them on the board, and then you've got this piece of clear quartz. So there's definitely a need for like detox, getting in balance, especially like your higher self, and it has to do with career because of the way that this is sitting on the cusp here, and then you've got another one on the cusp between the 10th to 11th houses. So we're talking about like, also with the law aspect coming through with your passed on loved one as well. And then the 9th house, this speaks to, again, law and your higher self. So that's really, there's balancing and protection as well coming through there. Protection from, again, your passed on loved one, because this is the 8th house. This is the house of, you know, your ancestors or what you inherit from others. So this balance and protection is coming from him. Maybe information as well. It could very well be that you're getting intuitive information from your passed on loved one that's going to help you, like intuitive information that helps you, you know, you need to go look up certain whatever, right? Because that's also what happens here is like higher education, studying, learning. So maybe there's some sort of information that you have to study. There's something that, maybe something legal that you have to study. Interesting that we have Leo come out, or the lion come out in the 10th house, and this is Leo's reading, right? Because it's like you are kind of squaring yourself, or you're making things harder for yourself with this energy here. But also with Leo in this house, it also says that like you're standing out and you're getting attention as well, because that's what Leo does. Usually because they roar, they're so fearsome, they're beautiful as well, but they're getting attention. It was the mailman. It was the mailman.
Oh.
I'll get it. I'm still recording.
Okay.
So yeah, I forgot what I was saying for a second there. Talking about being loud, roaring, like you're doing something that's getting attention. Sorry, I had to shut the door real quick. I'm back now. Okay, so again, as I was saying, like there could be something where you're making things harder for yourself because you're like you're calling attention to yourself in some way. We have the song Sweet But Psycho, Ava Max. Also this term-related quartz between the 10th and 11th houses talks about balancing out your friendships, right? We have the rune of constraint here. So it could be that maybe there's been some restriction, whether it's in your social circle really, because this is what the 11th house is. There's something that's holding you back or restricting you in the 11th house of friendships and social circles. And this can also be like your network, your social network at work. Meaning those people in business or whatever that you know, that there's something there that's restricting you. Like you might need to clean out your friends list in some way, take it however it resonates. And then the 2 letters that we have here, we have K in your 12th house being what's in your blind spot. So that could be a person, place, or thing that's in your blind spot that either you're not paying attention to or you need to pay attention to, right? Like maybe you know it's there but you're ignoring it, or you don't know it's there but you need to look. Just take that however it resonates. And then with the first house, G is going to affect you specifically, or you personally, person, place, or thing. Now I'm going to finish out the houses and then go to the center, because the reason I started with the houses to begin with had to do with all of this term-related quartz and this particular charm here. So this was a gift to me from a friend that I haven't spoken to in a little while. We had a little bit of a falling out over a difference of opinion on something. That could have something to do with what's happening up here in your 11th house and this restraint or this restriction happening there, where you need to clean out your friends list. It could be that maybe, you and the people that you're associating with have a difference of opinion about something, and, it's something that is hitting your value system, or it's hitting you financially. But I can't get over the fact that this was a gift. This is something that friend made. It's actually a piece of agate that she made into this guitar pick, right? So it could be that maybe you have a creative gift that's coming into play here, but your friends are restricting you or holding you back in some way, or there's something about your value system and the gifts that you receive from your friends, and maybe the need to clean out your friends list. So the third house, we have do what you love. So see, again, this is about like speaking up. I think right here where it's saying, you might be working against yourself because you're getting too much attention. But over here, it's saying that you're speaking up about your own values, and that might be having a problem with some of your friends over here, and they're telling you to follow your heart rather than what your friends want. That could be why you have to clean out your friends list, even if maybe you don't really want to. It's just because you have this difference of opinion. And then we come over here to the 6th house, which has to do with like work, charity, health, how you're of service to others, or the time that you spend each day, like what do you do? And you've got this particular key that has the center of it has a triquetra that I always see as that little plastic piece that you have to put onto a turntable in order to get a 45 record to play, right? So it's like the missing piece that provides the key, the answer, the solution, right? That's happening in your 6th house. It could come from a Capricorn. But we also have the sun rune in the 6th house as well. So this is clarity, it's putting clarity on. There's something about information, which again comes back to this card. There's truth coming in that's the missing piece that is what you need. And then here in the center we have this malachite with azurite, but it looks like it's more malachite, right? And then we have this piece of peacock ore or fool's gold. We have another piece of tourmalated quartz, and then we have the rune of movement, but it's upside down. So if you, like, it's saying that right now, like, you're focused, what you need, like, I think you're focused on the fact that something isn't moving, right? Like, you don't have these answers yet that you're wanting. There's no movement in something, but it has to do with these right here, especially, okay, so this particular crystal is a heart chakra crystal, but it's divine feminine energy, right? It's a very healing, deep healing that's attached to this particular crystal here, deep healing that comes through clarity. And that also comes through, like with the peacock ore, it's like a magic stone, and peacock being attached to it, it's your individuality, right? So I feel like it's saying stick to your guns in whatever this situation is. Like, even though there's no movement, there's clarity and answers coming in. Just your friends are restricting you. You guys don't agree on something. But you need to kind of stick to your guns on this, especially if you're getting intuitive hits from like your passed on loved one, giving you information that might help you with this, because this feels very legal. Literally, it feels very legal, right? So you need to listen to the intuitive hits and kind of follow your own guidance when it comes to that. And we have the song "Take It to the Limit." Eagles, so, which is odd to me too, if we're talking about like fair compensation for something, right? Then that's kind of odd that this song is coming through, like take it to the limit, take it to the limit. Maybe your friends disagree with you about how far to go on something, if it's a legal issue, and you feel like you want to take it to the limit. And they're saying you can't for some reason. And you're saying, but I think I can. I don't know. You have to take that however it resonates for your situation, but it feels like that's what it's saying, like listen to your own guidance. But these two things, like you could be avoiding K, person, place, or thing, and G, person, place, or thing, is definitely going to affect you, and you might need to clean out your friends list. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and leave that here for Leo, and we'll move on to Virgo. All right, Virgo. Your reading is next. Let me get situated here. Okay, so we have the song Nice and Slow by Usher and Ryan James Carr. Let's see who it is that has a message for you. I feel like it's that one. All right. So we have a masculine energy coming through. Hold on. I feel like there's cold. There's like a penguin. This area here kind of looks like a penguin to me. So there's a coldness. But it might just be like an outer coldness, or like because of the environment. So like maybe this is a masculine who comes across as cold, but it's only in certain environments. You might want to Google like penguin symbolism to see, how or if that's going to resonate for your situation as well. We've got the consultant. Interesting. So maybe this person was kind of wise and intelligent. Like maybe people came to them for advice, or they had a lot of advice for other people. And maybe that's part of the reason that they had to, they came across as cold in certain environments, right? Like maybe that was how they were at work or something. Or maybe there was something about the job that they did. So we have the impediment card, and it's a number 13, which breaks down to a 4. With pleasant pastime. Interesting. Pleasant pastime being on the bottom of the deck. I feel like this person, so this is a masculine who probably had to spend a lot of time at work. And that kept them away from maybe home and family. Or kept them away from the things that they actually enjoyed. And actually, because it's saying pleasant pastime, and I'm taking that as that work kept them away from the things that they actually enjoyed. That maybe they regret that now. Like maybe there's a little bit of a message here of there's a regret for that in some way. And actually we do have in the song, we have the song Relapse by Carrie Underwood, but she's talking about the time that in the song she's saying, in the lyrics she's saying something about the time that I wasted, just as I was saying that. So I think that this is a masculine coming through, a passed on deceased loved one, probably father figure, which would be your dad, your grandfather, or an uncle, right? Or someone who took on that role in your life if they weren't blood related, but you still saw them as a father figure. They were that important to you. And they probably gave you advice, or they probably gave people advice, but they're saying that work kept them away from home and family, or the things that they enjoyed, which I think was you guys, home and family, right? And they regret that. And then look, we also have the city house now on the bottom of the deck as well, after I took the pleasant pastime off of the bottom. And now we have a widow. So there was a widow left behind that they would like to acknowledge as well. And probably a child, maybe even a small child. It says, I don't know if I'm going to pronounce this right, but infantilism, which I know does not necessarily mean a child, but it means to like act like a child. But I feel like it's saying, like, if you're not the child that they're acknowledging, right? There was a child as well that was left behind, and now it's talking about hope underneath that on the bottom of the deck, which is the number 11. A very good number. Hold on. I feel like it's saying there is hope. You've got visit, you've got success now, you've got important revelation on the bottom of the deck. Okay. So I think this is where this is like part of where the message is coming in. It's talking about there's good stuff coming for Virgo. There's success or there's hope, at least, for all of this good stuff for Virgo. Let me put these off to the side because I want to grab, well, I want to get some other cards, but I also want to get some charms. So first let me get some cards, some of the tarot cards, to see if there's more of a message here in terms of, like, what is the success that they're talking about coming, that you should be hopeful about, that is coming for you. One of the cards that was under that did say something to the effect of visit. And then you've got important revelation, where you have so maybe there's somebody coming to give you some information or give you the news of success, right? Some sort of success that's coming in for you. Okay, so I just have to, I have to just say it. I don't know, it's getting my attention, so I have to say it. The song Shut the Fuck Up, or excuse, well, STFU, Kaylee, Morgue is how you spell her last name, because I tried to look it up earlier and I was not able to find how to pronounce it. So, yeah. STFU is the name of the song. So let's see, what is the success that's possible for you that you should be hopeful about? Because I feel like it's saying that it's coming in, but you have hope before, right? Before it's coming in. So there's something about, it's maybe, I hate to say it, but it's something about maybe it's not like set in stone. Right? Like, I feel like it's saying don't lose hope and keep doing what you're doing, but for success for what, though? Let's see. So let's see what else they have to say. The song in the background that keeps saying, it just keeps saying, shut the fuck up. Imagine if you shut the fuck up. I think that would be so much fun. Shut your pretty face. I really wish that I cared. Something. Oh my god. Oh, that's just so funny. Okay. Well, I guess those are our cards. And then we have the 3 of coins on the bottom of the deck. Kind of looks ominous, though, doesn't it? Right? Like, just like the man. That's kind of what it looks like to me. And they look like they're dressed for the 1920s. Kind of like how this woman, well, actually, nope, that's the wrong reading. Sorry. There might be another reading for you that resonates, that had a particular woman come through. But, yeah. Anyway, let's look at these cards here. So we have the Emperor, the Knight of Swords, the Strength card, and the Six of Cups. It actually feels like it should go this way, if I'm being honest. Because I'm more focused on this card, so I feel like this card is actually the most important, which means it should be this way. So it looks like, actually this energy that's coming through here is kind of being confirmed with this card here, where I was talking about this kind of feels like the man, right? So in this card, being that this deck is the in-between deck, so this is the card that's between the Emperor and the Hierophant, meaning between church and state, or like law and spirit. And I can't, like, I keep listening now we have the song Hand in My Pocket by Alanis Morissette in the background, and she's talking about how she's broke, this, that, right? All this stuff in the background. You have to look up the lyrics, but so this energy kind of plays into this energy, right? Like it's almost like you have these authority figures that are kind of watching over you when as you walk the path through this portal, right? You have these two authority figures, church and state, watching over you. And then over here, while you're at work, now you've got this other authority figure kind of just in the background, very ominous, very threatening. You know, you better do that right or else kind of energy. Now this is the Three of Pentacles, so this is like collaboration. But you know what's interesting to me? So when you get to the Four of Pentacles, a lot of times the meaning of the Four of Pentacles can be that you're holding on to something too tightly, that you need to let go of it, right? And it's because there's a little bit of like greed attached to it. And so doesn't that sort of fit with the imagery here? That could be why that song, Why Don't You Just Shut Up, that would be so nice, right? So, you know, you see they're working hard, and yet here's this dude right here in the background. Even if it's not an actual dude, it's a statue of the dude. And he's holding that coin. Like, it's all about greed in this card. That's what they're highlighting here. This is the step right before, because the Four of Pentacles literally shows a guy sitting on top of his treasure chest that's overflowing with gems and coins, and you know, he's trying to hide and hoard all of this wealth from others. So there's something about that attached to. Now we have the song, hold on, Trenches by Pop Evil. So this is like about work. So there's definitely success in work, but what kind of work, right? It's something where you're being watched, definitely. Like, I feel like every step you take is definitely being watched. And it kind of looks like with this, like, look at right there. You've got all these people watching this dude as he's writing, you know, or he's not writing, he's carving into the stones, right? He's I can't think of what those are called, you know, when our archaeologists dig them up now, but that's what he's doing, and everybody's watching him do it, right? And so this is the Knight of Swords to the Queen of Swords, right? And now the in-between energy from those two cards, let's see if I can get it to focus this way again. The Knight of Swords is very fast-moving, kind of angry, quick energy. Typically, it's energy of someone who wants to jump in and say something. And, you know, they are not really thinking about what it is that they're saying, because this is swords, which is air energy. They're not really thinking about what it is that they're saying. They're just saying it. Whereas the Queen of Swords, you know, she's matured more, she's thought more, and she's put not just that she's thought, she's put quite a bit of thought into what it is that she wants to say. And so because of that, you know, it might be some difficult things that she has to say. And I explain this a lot. Every time I come across the Queen of Swords, that's one of the first things that I always explain to people, is that she might have a sharp tongue, or she might say the difficult things that other people don't really want to say. Maybe she's very straightforward, very honest, very strategic as well, because it is swords, also very intelligent. And so, you know, it is feminine energy, being a queen, right? Meaning that this is energy that is being expressed, that is not welcomed. And I say that because as a queen, it's not always welcome for women to speak up. And you do see a lot of women in this imagery, especially here, the women working. So maybe you are a feminine watching this, and there's something going on at your workplace that feels very wrong, and you want to speak up about it, right? And everybody else wants you to shut up about it, and you don't really want to, right? Like you feel like, I don't know, maybe you feel like you need to teach others or lead others, right? Because there is a crown there. And this is going from the Knight to the Queen. But maybe some of the things that you're saying are things that other people don't really welcome the message. They don't really want to hear what it is that you have to say. Then we go to the Strength card and the Six of Cups. So the Strength is all about courage, but this particular Strength card, it's literally having the courage to look at yourself, right? Because the Hermit card is the journey within. It's the step between Leo to Virgo, and we are in Virgo's reading, right? So Leo energy, if it's toxic, it can be a little bit selfish or self-centered. Not always, because Leo is also very generous when it's in its healthy energy. But you can see this person is ascending through these arches, so they're ascending through some sort of doorway, portal, whatever. They're going up to the mountain for solitude, but it's also for healing. So there's definitely, and we do have the song Promises in the Dark as well, Pat Benatar. So there's definitely a message here of really thinking about what you need to say before you say it, because especially because we had that song STFU, shut the fuck up, because she kept saying it over and over, and I almost took it to mean like I needed to shut the fuck up, right? Like I don't know, I hope I'm not going to get any backlash for this, but I'm going to put it out there anyway, just because. Or maybe she's saying shut up to people who are giving her promises because of this song here, right? Maybe that's what you're saying to somebody, like, shut the fuck up. Like, why? These are bullshit promises. I don't want to hear what you have to say anymore. That could very well be. But anyway, either way, they're saying your success, that there's still hope because your success comes from going within. Also, it's not just going within, it's going within to remember the good stuff. Because that's what the Six of Cups really is, right? But this is the step between the 6 and 7. So this is after you've had some sort of, like, you know, reminiscing or nostalgia, which is the good part of the card, right? You see all this stuff in the background, they're kissing in the background. It's like the good old days, right? There's been something that's happened that's caused you to reminisce. Either you ran into somebody from your past, because we are just coming out of Mercury retrograde, or you're just thinking about your past. But that's literally where your success comes, though, Interesting. Okay. So if you look at the imagery in these three cards, right? So we've got the Three of Swords. He kind of looks like he's studying something at a desk. This card here. He looks like he's studying something at a desk, which is you going within, thinking about all this stuff, reminiscing about everything. And it has to do with family, right? A new beginning in family, because this is the Ten of Cups, which is the step between the 10 and the Ace, or when the cycle repeats itself or renews itself. So this is the step between, maybe there's a decision. Well, this actually, you going within, is the step between the renewal. That's what brings this renewal, basically, is what they're saying over here. And also, look at it's just interesting to me where you have, you have this, everything looks bright and happy, and then in the Temperance, where it's going from the Temperance to the Devil, you see they're being protected by this tree. You know, the tree of life, the tree of knowledge and wisdom. It's got the apples on it. I don't know if you can see that. And Temperance is typically a card of balance. But look, he's trying to stop her from picking, he's trying to stop Eve. Adam is trying to stop Eve from picking the apple. He doesn't want her to learn something, because that brings the devil energy, which is toxicity. And you know what's interesting? It brings us right back around full circle to the Knight of Swords with this Page of Swords here. I just realized that when I was looking at the bottom of the deck. So this is the energy from when the page goes from the page to the knight. And what's interesting is, so the page is a messenger. We see this imagery over here of someone trying to stop, Adam is trying to stop Eve, or someone is trying to stop someone else from gaining knowledge. Right? But that would be the messenger here, the knowledge with the Page of Swords, the messages, because we have the birds in the background. So here's the knowledge. And remember when I said the Knight of Swords typically rushes in, tries to explain, has something to say, right? There's usually anger attached to it. So now this is coming full circle where you're the Knight of Swords who's angry. This is probably the Knight of Swords who's rushing in a panic, trying to explain this information or whatever this is that you've learned that they didn't want you to learn. So very interesting, because I was noticing this horse in the background, and I kept thinking, well, there's freedom, and I meant to get to it, but I didn't say it, because horses represent freedom. There's freedom in whatever this knowledge is, right? And there is freedom in this knowledge for both of you. It's freedom for you and it's freedom for this person, because now there's truth out there. Truth needs to be out there. But it's more than that. It does come full circle, whereas here you are, and because this person is just coming across to me that just looks a little angry for whatever reason. And then here's the horse rushing in. That would be the person that you've learned the truth about. And then you've got the Seven of Wands. To the Page of Cups, and then we have the King of Pentacles. Oh, look at, and then the Page of Pentacles. Which is actually, if you look at it, because it's the in-between, it's the family all together. Look, and then now we have the family all together. You see that? Let me see if I can explain that. Hold on, I got to put it back. It goes from King to Page to there. Let me put that back here. So all of this energy here is where, so, well, we talk about, we get back here, the Page to the Knight. I said he's coming in to defend himself, defend his position. That's what's happening here. The Seven of Wands is where one person is defending their position. It's usually because they have the upper hand, right? They have the higher ground in some way. So they're in the better position, and so they have to defend it. But this is going between the Seven of Wands to the Eight of Wands. This is where not only are they defending their position, but they're defending it through communication. They're rushing out to go tell everyone. The Eight of Wands is very fast, quick-moving communication. So they're going out to get the word out to everyone. They're telling absolutely everyone what it is that they've learned. That's what's happening here. And I think it comes back to this Page of Cups, which is moving between the Page and Knight of Cups, right? So it gets back to this Page of Cups. Pages are always messengers or new beginnings, right? So this would be a message of love, because it's a page. It's a new beginning in love, maybe, right? It can also be a child, because pages are usually someone who is either younger than you or less mature than you. That can be, whether, even if they're the same chronological age, they can be less mature, like mentally and emotionally, right? We all know people like that. But yeah, it can cause, if it is someone who's less mature, it can cause them to grow up as well, because that is what this particular card talks about, going from the Page to the Knight. So it's like a message of love. Once somebody grows up, now this message of love comes full circle. And we do have the song, How Did You Love by Shine Down in the background as I'm saying that. And so then we get to, here's the family back together with the King of Pentacles, and it's the King goes between the King to the Page, because that is the regular life cycle. But as you can see, the father is teaching the child, or well, there are people in the background cheering this child on. The child's done something, and then everybody's like cheering them on, right? That's the Page here, the child, and this is the father. This is probably the rest of the family. And now here we've got the father again, but the father has now become the Page, and you see more people cheering him on. And so it's like the life cycle. The child is teaching the father, but the father is also teaching the child, right? And then here we have the family back together again, and this one just happens to be the Five of Cups, but it's going between the 5 to the 6. And don't we have the 6 of Cups here. So again, you're coming full circle again twice now in your reading. And then after that, we've got the Queen of Pentacles, who rounds out the family between the King and the Page. So I feel like, and then look, now we end it with the Sun. Very happy energy. And the Empress. Very, very happy, positive reading for you. I am going to still pull charms, but I think yours is probably the most positive so far, even though it looks like there's a lot of what's the word, struggle to get there. All right. Oh, I caught it, but okay, so we had a tiny little piece of sodalite jump off the board, and I always give that a special significance, meaning that there is some sort of gift or something, some sort of possibility that was on the board that maybe is, slipping away from you, or now it's off the table, right? Because it jumped off the board, then it rolled off the table, but I was able to catch it in my lap. Okay, so, and sodalite typically has to do with intuitive wisdom. Actually, no, I'm wrong. This one isn't sodalite. This is lapis, which is, it's still a third eye chakra stone, but this is more of a like royalty as well as wisdom, right? So maybe there's some, attached to the royalty, there's some leadership, something with leadership that you almost lost in some way. Hold on, let me see if we can get this to... There we go. And it's interesting as well that we now have the song I Bet My Life by Imagine Dragons, and it's 11:17 exactly. Let me see if I can show you on the... I apologize for that. I tried to unplug my phone so that I could show you that it said 11:17 p.m. because that's an angel number that speaks to keeping your thoughts positive or keeping hope, because you are on the right path. But the thing about keeping your thoughts positive, anytime you get a repeating number 1, it is a message to, you know, what is it that you're thinking in this moment? Because there's a saying that says, wherever your thoughts go, that's where energy flows, right? And so because of that, you have to be very aware of your thoughts. And when you see, like if you're seeing repeating ones everywhere, like 1111, 111, or 1117, especially if you've been seeing it before I said anything about it, but if you see it after this video as well, it's still a reminder that you are on the right path to keep your thoughts positive. But also, what were you thinking about in the moment that you saw it? That's also something to be, you know, you really have to pay attention to that, because there's a message in that somewhere. So anyway, there was some sort of wisdom, but not just that, it has to do with like leadership, because lapis is a stone of royalty. So there's something about that, some sort of leadership, something that, you know, you might have to work to hold on to it, but there is success there. I think you will, because I was able to catch it. All right, so looking at your charms, mainly everything is right here in the center. And look at, we do have the good luck, the horseshoe. We have Sagittarius, so you could be dealing with a Sagittarius, and we also have the, what I call the fairy castle. I'll get to these two in just a second, because they're kind of hitting your 9th house, which goes back to the going within message that you already had. We have the song Bad Things by Machine Gun Kelly and Camila Cabello. I can never say that. Cabello. I can't say that correct. So anyway, you might be dealing with a Sagittarius. And you could be thinking like, oh my God, it's too good to be true. But I don't know. I always see this good luck charm as like, it really is like something positive. It's not too good to be true. Like it is something like a wish that's coming in. So, and Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter. So it is Jupiter energy anyway. And there's an energy to like the fantasy attached here as well. Okay. So that's your focus, at least for at least a month coming through. But then we have coming through your 9th house, we've got the bat, and then we have the sun. But this particular sun, I always see it like a starburst sun, or like the rays are really prominent, right? The way that they have it set up. So there's serious clarity that comes from your following your intuition, which is what the bat represents. Look up the bat symbolism. Google it. What is bat symbolism, or what is the spiritual meaning of the bat? And it'll come up with all kinds of stuff on Google, right? And so one of the things that I like to remind people about the bat is that they use sonar in order to navigate their life, and especially with the number 1117 coming through, where it's saying that you're on the right path, to you know, don't lose hope that you're on the right path. Keep your thoughts positive. It's saying follow your intuition, like your higher self really knows. If you follow that intuition, and you're very clear about who you are, what you want, what you need, all of that stuff, right? You have to be very balanced and clear about who you are as well. Then you also have the rune of constraint coming through the 12th house. So it's like restriction. That's what this rune is about. Things that restrict, it's like need is what the rune is called, really. But it's about restriction and constraint. So the 12th, you could be dealing with a Leo, like you could feel some sort of like maybe there's a Leo who's restricting you in some way or smothering you in some way. But more so, you know, with this restriction and constraint, or the sense of being smothered, with this being the 12th house, and what the 12th house can represent, like you know, this can represent like feeling smothered by your emotions or overwhelmed by your emotions, right? Some people even have dreams where they feel smothered, so that might resonate for somebody. I know I've had people ask me about that before, where they feel smothered in dreams, but you know, it's just, there's something about maybe you're not seeing the need for constraint is really how I want to say this. And the reason that I say that is because this is your blind spot. That's what the 12th house represents. This is the moment, this line right here represents the moment that you're born, which means this is everything right directly before that, everything that happens before that. So this is also your past as well. You know, in the life cycle, everything always comes full circle, as we already saw with the cards. And so this is also what is coming, you know, from behind you. If everything comes full circle, that means you're facing this direction. You're looking towards the second house, and everything that's happening in the 12th house is happening behind you, behind your back, where your eyes cannot see. But anyway, there's something about maybe you don't see the need to constrain yourself, or to constrain your emotions, or to or maybe you're feeling smothered because you're not taking care of your mental and emotional health, or your emotions, right? Or maybe it's because you're not expressing it. Actually, Leo likes to, they like to be in the spotlight. Maybe you need more attention, and there's something that you need to say about that in some way. Okay, let's see. So the third, fourth house, we have the butterfly with the palm fronds. I always read the palm fronds as like reaching out, support. It's either that you need to reach out to others, probably in your family. There's like you need to talk to and reach out to someone in your family for support, to support them, especially if you want to change things, because the butterfly, that's what all about transformation. And then we come to the fourth and fifth house, which is home and family, to like children, fun, joy, romance, right? So all of these are going to tie in together, where maybe you need to talk to your children. Maybe you need to talk to someone in your family about your children. It's interesting that we have the charm that says, I will. I think that maybe it could be that your children are I don't know, that maybe your children are kind of stubborn in what it is that they want to do, right? Like they're trying to enforce their own will. We have the song The Greatest Show by Panic at the Disco, and it's funny too, because that's like, it's kind of talking about like a circus, right? Maybe there's something about what's happening at home that seems a little bit like a circus, that has to do with the way that the children are acting. Because we do have this card here, which you know, infantilism. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but it's like, if I'm reading it right, that means to be infantile, right? To act like an infant, to act like a child. So maybe there is someone who is acting like a child, and that's what you need to say something about. And maybe you need to reach out to them. Maybe they're acting like a child because they want support or need support. Or maybe they need support with their children. Or maybe you need support with the children. Maybe they're saying, okay, I will, but they won't, or they haven't, and that's part of the problem or something, I don't know. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and leave this here, because I don't want you to start getting back into, especially with this part right here, where it's saying, you know, they may, or they, you know, with the circus that's happening at home and how it needs to change. They want you to have hope is the main message of this reading. They really want you to have hope. Where'd that card go? Here it is, right here. They want you to have hope. But it comes from going within. Okay, I hope that resonates. I'm going to move on to Libra. All right, Libra. So you have the song, Something in the Water, I think is the name of this song. It's Carrie Underwood. Something in the Water. Hold on. Let me get the cards shuffled. Well, actually, first we'll start with this one so we can see who it is that's coming through with a message for you. Oh, that's the one that went. Oh, hold on. Well, it happened, so we're going to do it. Okay, so Libra, you have two people. You have a woman that I would call older or old-fashioned in personality. And then we have a man, masculine. It's interesting because I'm seeing an Ankh, even though he's dressed like a Native American. I'm seeing an Ankh here, so there could be something about like Egyptian in some way, like Egyptian heritage in some way. Like, just try to ignore the imagery when I say that then, because I know this imagery is showing someone who's representing a Native American. I'm really feeling actually this is more Egyptian. And over here we have someone who feels very old-fashioned. I don't know about older though. I have to be honest. I don't know about older. I feel like I'm somewhere between like 50 to 60 or something like that, where, I mean, I know there are probably people out there screaming at me going, but that is older. I don't personally see that as older, like, or elderly. I would say more 70s to 80s would be elderly, right? And then you have like midlife, which would be between 30 to 60 or 30 to 70, and then you have early life, which would be up to the actually young adult would be 18 to 30, and then you have childhood. But anyway, I'm feeling like this is someone who's old-fashioned, but I don't really like if they were old. If they passed, they were not elderly. And then this person over here, like I say, it feels like an older male, but I feel Egyptian. I've been trying, so I didn't do it in the first, like in the Aries and Taurus, or even Gemini. I don't remember which one I started trying to get attributes of the people, but let me see if I can get some like personality traits. I feel like that one wants to come out. We have protector. So one of these people was a protector. Hold on. I don't know if I'm going to take all of them, but we'll see. They flipped, so we'll see. We've got... Hold on, I got to put my glasses on. I'm old and I can't see. Here I am saying not older. I'm not trying to say I'm old, but you know what I mean. Okay, so we have faithfulness, affectionate. Ooh, enemy. We have thought or thoughtful, gambler, love, again, which goes with affectionate, quarrel, and delay. Interesting. Take that however it resonates. It's possible. So, you know, I'm going to put the personality traits out there again as to who these people might be. The positive ones that, well, not really positive, but I would put gambler over here. So we have thoughtful, loving, faithful, and affectionate for the positive traits. And then we have enemy, quarrel, delay, and gamblers. So take that however it resonates. If these are your people, you'll know whether or not these attributes will belong to one, both, or, you know, either, whatever. I just wanted to get that out there just for those people who, you know, if this is definitely your message, it'll be just a little bit more confirmation. And I probably should have done it in the first couple of readings, but I didn't think about it. Okay, so let's get an overall energy with the oracle cards. Reconciliation. Interesting. We have this enemy and quarrel and all of that stuff coming through, and now we've got reconciliation, and then we've got a lot of money on the bottom of the deck as well. Very interesting. So there's a reconciliation with someone that you were having an argument over money with, or there's something happening with money for Libra, someone that you were arguing with. All right, so, well, I can't really get that one in frame, but just remember that that's what it says on the bottom of that one, or at least I will. Let's see if we can get a little bit more about what it is that they want you to know. You know, I can't, I'm trying to ignore it, and I don't know why I keep trying to do it. It's just human nature, right? I'm trying to focus on, like, keeping myself, my mind blank, but of course the music's playing in the background, and sometimes if the songs are just screaming at me, they are. This one says a little bit stronger, Sarah Evans, so take that however it resonates for this situation. Especially because of this whole quarrel thing, is she keeps saying, I'm done thinking you could ever change, whatever. And I know this song is about like a romantic situation, but I'm not so sure that this over here is actually a romantic situation. I think this is more an argument over money, but maybe there's something like friendship involved or something, but it's definitely an argument over money where somebody feels disappointed by somebody else. So I don't know what the family no, I shouldn't say family. I don't know what the relationship dynamic is, and I'm saying family because you've got passed on loved ones coming through. So I'm assuming that there's some sort of family dynamic. Just take it however it resonates for your situation. All right. We have the Six of Swords. Interesting. So somebody feels, well, okay, so I've had this actually come out already in one of the other readings, this particular card. So this is like, the Six of Swords is typically a card of moving on or moving away from difficulty onto smoother waters, right? And so this card is depicting the space between the Six of Swords. So after you've decided, you know, I'm going to move, we're going to end this difficulty once and for all. Like, how are you going to do it? Well, that's when you get to the Seven of Swords. This card is the card that depicts how are you going to do it. When you get to the Seven of Swords, you'll see in that card someone has stolen the swords from their enemy camp. And they do that in order to bring victory to their own camp. So there's deception involved, but maybe not everyone will see it as deception. Obviously, this dude's camp is going to see it as victory, right? They're going to see it the way that the Six of Swords would see it. The other side sees it as deception, theft, trickery, all of that kind of stuff, stealing away in the night. And you can see here's the other camp over here. They kind of know. They know something's up. So that's why this dude is hiding behind the log. Because the other camp already kind of knows something's up, that this dude's got a plan. But you can't deny that the Six of Swords talks about a plan to move on to something better. Why does this dude feel like he needs to move on to something better? So like, I don't know, maybe there's a message here. I really do kind of feel like there's a message here, especially with how that moon is full and bright, right? And this is talking about reconciliation. And we also have the Page of Cups here as well. Oh, look it. And the Four of Swords also. Which just depicts more fighting, more enemy, like, well, not really, because I actually saw this a different way in a different reading. I saw this as one person kind of telling the other person, why are you being so lazy, get your ass up. But in this, I feel this is more of bullying, like, or fighting, like combat, right? But with the Page of Cups sitting between it, pages are always messengers, right? And this is like a message of love or a message of compassion, a message that comes from the heart. So maybe it's whatever this person's truth is. Maybe that's kind of, oh, and then look, you've got the Seven of Wands. They're like, this is like standing in your truth. Again, more energy of standing in your truth. So maybe there's something about whatever this person's truth is. It is what brings equality, because we have the Six of Pentacles here. I think that's what's going to bring this reconciliation. I feel like the message here is to hear this person out, is kind of what it's saying. Whoever this person is, like, you'll know who this person is for you individually, but I feel like it's saying, like, hear this person out, because and look at in this card, like typically the Seven of Wands, you don't typically see them standing back to back with someone else. So this is someone saying that they had someone else's back, that they had to have someone else's back. I feel like that's going to be the message you get. Like, they had to have someone else's back against you for whatever reason. Or they have to have someone else's back against you. And whatever that truth is brings some sort of, like, it feels like freedom and equality, right? But also hard work, because now we've got the Page of Pentacles under that, and I'm taking that image as, okay, there's all this freedom and equality, but now we got to get to work. Now we got to get to work. Now we got to get it. Now we got to get it to work for whatever this. And look at now, more standing back to back, having each other's back. It's time with this particular image here. It's time to have each other's back. And we have the song Barracuda playing in the background. Heart. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get to the charms. I almost dropped some of them. Actually, it was this one right here, this piece of hematite. So, and it's coming out over your house of others. Interesting. And I almost dropped it. So you almost dropped someone. Or you were almost dropped. Something to that effect. It was like there was an almost. I'm just saying. I always take, if I almost drop or I can't hold on to something, I always take that as part of the reading. And interesting, we have the octopus coming out in the 6th house. So the octopus has to do with, like, for me, I always read it as like suffocation, or somebody or something trying to pull you down, something that might drown you, or pull you under, something that's dangerous, that's clinging on for dear life. Because octopus, they cling with their tentacles, and once they get a hold of you, like, you can't get them off of you. So something that's just clinging and hanging on to you, that has to do with, like, health, healing, or it could be a Pisces, because this is the house of Pisces. But maybe that's, I don't know, there's something about clinging on. there's something, okay, there's something you need to heal that's clinging to your energy. It's sucking you down. It's taking you under. It's dangerous. It's not good for you, whatever it is. Also, we have two symbols of protection, right? One right over the other, on top of the other. And then we have the believe in love, the palm fronds, and hold on, the fire rune. I can never pronounce the name of it, so I always, oh no, actually this is the ox rune. Oh, I don't have my glasses on. So it's the ox rune. This is the rune of strength. Okay. So this is very positive energy in the very center, but it's all about like reaching out, like maybe somebody's feeling weak. And the reason that I say that is because the way, when I first saw this, it was sitting like this on its side, and that's the reason that I thought it was the other, the fire rune, and I thought it was upside down. But this is all, it's like kind of in the neutral position when it's like that, right? It's almost reversed, which means if it's in the upright, it talks about feeling strong or strength. It's the ox. Ox are very strong. But when it's in the reverse, that means the opposite of that energy. There's weakness there. So to have it in the neutral position, it's like there's a protection to kind of fill the gap, right? To fill the gap of the weakness. And that could be this health issue over here. There's a weakness that's dangerous, maybe, or something. Something to do with your health. Oh, interesting. Okay, something about the lungs. This song, Insomnia, the Moss. Remember what I was talking about, suffocation? He was just saying, and my heart does pound and my lungs inflate. So there's something about protection and health. Something about that. Ask for support, reach out to others, let others help you. Yeah. Something about being suffocating, or you're feeling like you can't breathe. And then interesting that we have up here in the 10th house, between the 10th and 11th house. So the 11th house is a social house too. And I always see the palm fronds as either the need to reach out to give others support or to ask for support. And with the charm that says believe in love, it's saying you need to ask others for support about this, whatever this is. Especially if you're having a health issue, you've got more friends and more support than what you realize with the acorn coming through the 11th house. Having the terminated courts come out in the 10th house. It's like the 10th house is all about your integrity. I think that's the thing, that's the reason that you have more people around you than you realize, because you have this reputation, this integrity, this like people love you kind of thing. You also have a piece of tiger eye coming through between the 11th and 12th houses. And a tiger eye is a very abundant stone. It's like, it's a very abundant stone. A good fortune, good luck stone is what I'm trying to think of. So like your good fortune and your good luck, like there's good fortune and good luck coming from friends and you don't even see it. It could be attached to somebody with the initial E, but it may be not a person, place, or thing with the letter E in the 12th house, or a Virgo. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and leave that one here, and we'll move on to Scorpio. Okay, Scorpio. I kind of felt like that one wanted to come out, but we'll see. All right, so we have an older feminine coming through. either older or old-fashioned. So we have a lot of money. Important revelation. And absence. Interesting. And then we have sweet card. So someone might be actually, hold on. Let's start this over. We also have soldier coming through, angry woman, a dark-haired man. Okay. When I was pulling these cards here, I was trying to get attributes of the person that's coming through. So if these words are not describing this person, like if they are not someone who had a lot of money, if they are not someone who talked a lot maybe, or had, you know, important things to say, maybe they were wise, maybe they were, you know, very intelligent in some way, or they had a lot of good advice. They could have been absent in some way. Maybe maybe this absence was, you know, maybe it's attached to their death. Because the reason that I say that is because if you look at this card here, this woman, she looks like she's in her bedclothes, right? Like, she, look at the bonnet or whatever that thing is on her head. She looks like she's sick to me. And then you've got this man here, and he's writing something down. Like maybe he's writing down her wishes, or he's writing something. And then we have the card, or the one that says sweet card, where you see someone at a desk writing. And it's a woman at a desk writing. And there's one single heart, the ace of hearts right there, with the number 6. So this is a, you know, a love letter. Maybe this is literally a love letter from this person to you. I think they might have been probably very wise as well. And if you go by the way that this woman's stance is, the way she's like holding her hands up to her heart, like whoever this person is, I think they're very proud of you. There's something about the way this woman is looking out from the card that it's almost like she's exclaimed something joyfully, right? But she's looking at me, and so I feel like she's looking at you and exclaiming joyfully. Like there's something happy about it. I don't know. Just take that however it resonates for your person. Like maybe they're very proud of you. They're happy. Whenever you would go to see them, they're happy to see you, right? Like you walk through the door, they're very happy to see you. When you walk through the door, there was always a nice greeting from them. That's the kind of person they were. They probably had a lot of money, or they were very strategic, right? This goes back to being very smart, but you see him counting his money here. But there's something about the way he's looking at it that looks as if he's also studying it in terms of, well, what am I going to do with my money? So it could be there's something about a will. Doesn't have to be. Oh, I forgot to switch it to Scorpio. But maybe it's not even just a will. Like maybe the abundance that they're looking at is, you know, their things. Like maybe they want you to have something special, or they want you to know something special, or maybe they wanted you to have something special. Maybe that was something that came from the will. Maybe it's not going to happen, but it already did, and that's how you'll know who it is that your message is coming from. And then we have these cards over here. We have soldier, angry woman, and a dark-haired man. It could be people involved in your situation. It could be people involved in the situation that they want to talk to you about. So I'm actually going to put all of these 3 people here, because I think there's probably 3 different people. We're going to put them over here, and we'll see what the message is. We have the song One Way or Another, Blondie. One more. I actually feel like I need to take the cards from the top after the split, so that's what we're going to do. You know what, let's... Excuse me for a second, I have to sneeze. Excuse me. Interesting. We've got the Devil card with the 8 of Coins. So the Devil is about control, right? And it's interesting to me, you see this general, right? I would call him a general. He's some sort of military commander. He's controlling his troops, but you see this crystal pyramid in the background with the tree. It's the tree of knowledge, right? The crystal pyramid is encasing this tree of knowledge, so they're having to protect it. But are they really protecting it, or are they hoarding it, right? Being greedy, because that's one of the messages of the Devil, control. And this is the in-between deck, meaning that this is the energy of the Devil gone rampant, and this is the stage right before that control gets ripped away from him, because he's using the power, using that power in such a way that is toxic. It's not built on a solid foundation, and so because of that, the tower has to come down. That's what the Tower card is. There's the destruction of the tower, or this pyramid is going to have to come down. The glass pyramid gets shattered, and the knowledge is then spread out throughout the world. And you can see that's kind of what it looks like. This person here is spreading knowledge, right? She looks like she's teaching the people, telling her story. And we have the 5 of Swords on the bottom of the deck. Interesting that it kind of looks like it's very dark, but you can see it kind of looks like the 10 of Swords to me, with that person who's stabbed on the ground. Hold on, if I can get it to... I guess the camera really sucks today because of the lighting, so you can't really see it, but there's someone walking away there in the background after they've, defeated this person. That's what the 5 of Swords is about. It's about defeat. But it's usually defeat that comes through some sort of nefarious practice, right? Someone didn't act fairly at all, which is kind of what the message is here in the Devil. So I feel like someone is walking away because they're feeling defeated. Or maybe they're feeling... We have the song, I Want to Know What Love Is. But I don't know if it's just about love, like because of this message over here, right? There's this control factor that has to do... So there's something about control. Someone is walking away from the control of someone else. They're walking away in order to like share their knowledge or something. What's this? There's definite defeat here, though. There is definitely defeat attached to it. Let's see if we can get more. It's like, you know what it is? It's like with the song, it may not, like maybe for somebody it's about love, but maybe it's not just about love. Maybe it's about somebody wanting to learn something. Like maybe, it's like an energy of I'm defeated with what I've known before, and so now I'm coming. I need to learn this wisdom here. Like, or maybe I'm defeated because I've tried so hard to gain access to this wisdom or something. And it's like, I feel like the energy of, I'm sitting in Scorpio energy and I'm asking someone to teach me, but it doesn't necessarily have to be like love. I'm asking someone to teach me something. And we've got the moon and the 10 of Pentacles. So this is the moon between the moon and the sun, right? This is going from night to day. And then we have the 10 of Pentacles, where we go from the 10 of Pentacles to the Ace of Pentacles, where you go from wealth, or like you've gained your wealth and now you're passing your wealth along, which is kind of like this here, passing along your wisdom. So maybe I feel like there's something about learning to go from fear to confidence through the support of someone else, through the generosity of someone else, because it goes from the 10 to the 1. So the 10 of Pentacles is wealth. The Ace of Pentacles is an offer. So the space between, having wealth, having secured your wealth, and making an offer means that there's some thought into who it is that you want to pass that wealth along to, right? And so it's like going from night to day, from fear to courage, or from fear to confidence. And it's through the support of another. After you've felt defeated and you're saying, well, can you please teach me something? I feel like this support comes in the form of some sort of they're teaching you something. Maybe teaching somebody how to teaching someone how to get over their anger. Or get over, maybe you were dealing with an angry woman at one point and you have to heal from that. I don't know how this plays in, but we have the song Say My Name, Godsmack. This really feels like asking someone to teach you something, and through that support, it changes the situation for you from night to day, from fear to confidence, or from anger to calm. Because if you look at the waters here, the waters are very calm, and he is literally straddling the line between the moon and the sun there. Look we have the Fool now on the bottom of the deck, and this is the space between the Fool and the Magician. This is where he's just jumped off the cliff, but he hasn't fallen yet, right? Because that's the message of the Fool, is that he's blindfolded, or he's not looking where he's going. He's got his dog with him, and the dog is barking at him and saying, hey, watch out, because he's getting ready to step off the cliff and he's not paying attention. He's going to fall to his death, or at least that's what it looks like, right? But now he's jumped off the cliff and he's not going to fall because he's got these wings. You don't see the wings until you look at this particular card, right? And that's what the message of the Magician is that you have all of the tools that you need to succeed. You just have to take that leap, right? You just have to do it. So this is a new beginning, and actually I feel like this is somebody who's going to be helping you they're going to be teaching you some of those tools so that you can take that leap. All right, and then look, you've got the Ace of Cups next. So for somebody, it's definitely about love. But it doesn't have to be. It can be about like something that you really love, something that you really enjoy doing, especially if you're learning something. We have the song Torn, Natalie Imbruglia. Okay, let's get some charms. Interesting, right in the center we have wishes do come true. We have the acorn, you've got the purse, we also have the mushroom here, we've got the star over here, and then look at all that, we've got a piece of amethyst, the one that I call my butterfly amethyst, which is about a transformation, and it's hitting your second and third houses as well. So this is definitely about like some sort of skill. It's definitely about a skill that someone's going to help you with, especially if you look at the way this is sort of like trailing all the way across to this over here, to the chair, which is hitting your 8th house. So there is somebody leaving your life, probably, it could be a Gemini, or it doesn't have to be. It could be someone attached to like joint resources, or like maybe someone that you are in, if this is a love reading, like if you're looking at this as a love reading, it's someone that you're involved with sexually that needs to leave your life in order for you to gain this wish, because the mushroom is upside down, and that is kind of coming out over the 8th and 9th houses, and the 8th house is the house of endings, the 9th house is the house of your higher self, so it's an ending you know needs to happen. But having the acorn, the purse, the wishes do come true, and the F in the center, this is your focus. So it could be a person, place, or thing with the letter F, the initial F in their name. You know, purse is like the money, right? So I think this is, you'll find something that's lucrative, that you enjoy doing in terms of making money based on whatever this energy is. It's going to transform your money situation as well. So that's just a regular piece. I think these are all just my regular pieces of rose quartz. They're not the actual runes, because I do have rose quartz runes as well in my bucket. But these pieces of rose quartz, since they're not actually runes, they're just talking about taking care of yourself, self-care and healing as well. Like maybe there's something that you need money for your health, and that's gonna, whatever this job is, that's gonna really help you out. It's gonna make you like, you know, you'll really be able to take care of yourself. It might even transform your appearance, because this is the 2nd house, which is the house of Taurus, right? Which is a Venus house. And, you know, some people value beauty. And then you have this is what I call my butterfly amethyst, because that red spot that's there, it just, whenever I look at it, it just looks like a butterfly to me. So it's like my transformation. It's a spiritual transformation, right? A transformation of your value system as well as your money. So it could also be if you're taking care of your health, like you value your health, right? Or you're taking care of your appearance now because you now have more money to be able to go and do that. And then, but you do have the star coming out over the 4th house here, and this is the house of home and family. The star is another like symbol of healing. It's also wishes, like maybe you're healing family issues as well, healing home and family issues with this skill or ability, or if it's health insurance that you're able to get with that. And then over here we have seen and noted coming out over the 11th and 12th houses. I feel like that's like saying that maybe your friends are kind of seeing your struggle, or maybe you don't realize how much they realize, how much they notice it, if that makes sense. Like maybe you think they don't appreciate your struggle, but they actually do. They just haven't said anything. Maybe that's just how it feels to me. Like that's what it's saying, seen and noted. But also the other thing too that's coming through with it, especially because of this 526, the numbers here, it's talking about changes in relationships or support. 2 is the number of partnerships, 2 things coming together. 6 is the number of money or love, like attraction and beauty, and we already know we're talking about money here. So there's changes coming, like that you don't really see coming in terms of your partnerships, your friendships, the people that you socialize with or whatever, and it's going to either affect your love life or your money. So if this is a love reading again and you have someone that's like, you're not really in love with them, that's just a sexual person, you need to get rid of them if you're looking for real love, right? Like if you really want those changes to come in, you need to take stock of who that is and you know, act accordingly. But if it's a money situation, there could be people that you are working with that might need to leave your life here because it's affecting your money in a bad way. You also have it's like a little grape bundle charm here coming out over the 5th house of creativity and romance. So maybe this thing is something creative that you do because it's abundance here. Like, you know, this creative thing will bring you abundance is kind of how I'm reading that. All right, so we'll go ahead and move on to Sagittarius. And you know, Scorpio, I forgot to say that this song, Everything I've Known, Corn, but now we're going to move on to Sagittarius. I don't even know if Scorpio is still watching. I should probably put that at the end of their video because I am going to do the chapters for this one. But let's see who's got a message for Sagittarius. I feel like it's this one. This woman, this older woman keeps coming out. So let's see if we can get some sort of like personality traits or anything that might describe them. We have trap. Like it may be somebody who felt trapped. And then we have protector. Oh, I got the hiccups. And now we have tenderness. Oh, interesting. I think this is a mother figure, absolutely. Probably someone who felt very trapped to their hometown or trapped in a situation. We have the song, Boomerang, Imagine Dragons. So I think this is probably a mother figure, someone who's very protective. If it's not a mother or a grandmother, like this is someone that took on that role. Could be an aunt. It's not going to be someone you know who is your sister or your cousin unless they took on that role, right? But I do think it's a family member or somebody, like again, who took on the role of your mother, if it's not a family member. But they're very protective of you. They feel very tender towards you. But whatever was going on in their life, they felt very trapped, either to their town, to their city, to their situation, to their home, or maybe trapped to a person. I can't deny the fact that we do have a man here, right? And it kind of looks like he's looking at this person and going, why won't you get up and move, right? And the message here is trapped. The other person saying, well, because I'm trapped. So it could be like trapped in a family. Trapped in a marriage. Let's see if we can get an overall like energy for the reading. Like, what is the message that they have for you? Oh, I didn't know I had them upside down. So we have some money and a letter. The cards are 40, are they really 45 and 46? And then we have City House. Yeah, 45 and 46. So we have ascending energy, right? So really you might be moving on, definitely moving on with this song Boomerang, because that's what it keeps saying in the background, moving on, moving on. And this is saying City House. Maybe you're moving to the city. Oh, interesting. Someone feels stuck. Maybe you've got, you've got I think a mother figure coming through, and they're talking about you feeling stuck. You are feeling stuck, but I think you're going to get help or some money that's going to help you move. Hold on. Let's see if we can get some more details with the tarot cards. Okay, we have the Page of Coins. It could be that you're waiting for, okay, especially where it says some money and a letter. Maybe you're waiting to hear about a job so that you can move to the city. And it's possible that I think you will, because you see all these people. There are people working in the background. She's working there, and she's the one highlighted. I feel like it's saying you're going to get word of a job. And interesting, we've got the song Treat You Better, Shawn Mendes. So maybe it's a job that's better than the one that you have already, or maybe the money is better, or there's something attached to it that's better in some way. Look at, now we have the Ten of Pentacles, which is about like wealth. Also, it's the wealth, it's the in between the thought, like who are we going to make this offer to? Who are we going to share the wealth with? And then we've got the Five of Swords. This is because you see somebody walking away there. Somebody is walking away because they're feeling defeated. But they're walking towards something better when you get to the Six of Swords. That's why they're leaving all of this mess right here behind. And then look, interesting. So this card came out in one of the other readings, and I felt like this was the glass pyramid that was, you know, not really protecting the tree of life, but it was more of like a greedy, whereas in this card I actually don't feel like there's greedy coming through it. I feel like it's more of a glass ceiling, like breaking through the glass ceiling, kind of, you know, that term, that's like a phrase that people used to say about women's rights and women's movements in the 70s, I think. Something about breaking the glass ceiling. And it might be sudden as well, and it might be because of your experience or knowledge, or there's something where you're like your wisdom, like they see you as wise or as a leader because of you see the dude on right there. He's leading the army. Okay. Let's go ahead and then look at, you've got the Ten of Wands. There's going to be a lot of responsibility, a lot of hard work attached to it. That's why they want to bring it up to you, because like I think with this card here, especially, well, I don't know why. It's just something about this it's getting ready to light this huge torch right here, right? There's just something about, like, she doesn't even realize how big that fire is going to be as soon as she lights it. There feels like there's excitement here, like maybe once you get the news of this job, you're going to be so excited, and then you get into the job and you're like, oh my God, there's so much work. Not that it's a bad thing, because look at, there might even be a contract attached to it, maybe for like healthcare or something, but I don't think it's going to be a bad thing because you had the Ten of Pentacles. In fact, I think it's going to be very successful. Unexpected as well, maybe, or like it comes out of the blue, like maybe you thought it wasn't going to happen or something. Okay, let's get some charms. All right, so we have a tiny little piece of aquamarine that's coming out in the 9th house. We also have what I call my happy moon. You versus you. Well, actually the cross is coming out. Oh wait, hold on, I forgot to spin the wheel. So that's actually your 8th house, where the aquamarine would have fallen over here. So it should still be in your 9th house. Sorry. We have the song Not Ready to Make Nice, the Chicks. Okay. You have the circus and the footprints. The circus is literally falling right on top of the footprints. And I always see the footprints like that poem where Jesus says the only reason you only see one set of footprints is because that's when I was carrying you. So you're supported through the circus. Don't be worried, don't be scared. That's what that's saying. Like once you get into the circus, you will have support there. Interesting that we have the ship coming out now over the 9th house since I turned the wheel, right? And the 9th house does have to do with like an inner journey, but this can also be travel, especially with the cherries there. Like cherries have to do with transformation, but also abundance, because there are the fruit. Like the fruit is obviously ripe with these 2 cherries, so that means it's going to be very tasty and sweet, right? So there's fruit. Like there's harvest or fruit or abundance to be had from travel. One thing about that I was going to say with this aquamarine in the beginning, with it falling in the 9th house, is that there's a legend that says that aquamarine, it's a traveler's stone because it makes you invisible to thieves and those who would have nefarious plans for you, right? So if you are traveling, be very careful about your surroundings, take all precautions, protect yourself as much as you can, you know, do whatever you can in order to keep yourself safe. Then that would put the moon and the you versus you charm in the 8th house when it has to do with endings. And so this moon, I always see it as like the happy moon, like you're feeling really happy, because I feel like those look kind of like, it looks like a little bit of a floral-esque kind of pattern inside of it, and that makes me think of springtime and happiness, right? And so I would say there's this happy ending, right? But you are the one who's holding yourself back from a happy ending, or an ending that is actually going to bring happiness about for you. Take that however that resonates as well. In the 1st house, we have the charm that says believe in love. So again, that could be tied in over here, especially because I haven't even gone, more to the center like I normally would. I'm feeling called to go everywhere else, right? So these might be attached, where if you allow this ending to happen over here and allow it to be a happy ending, you might find love over here. But come back to the center. You've got the day rune, then you've got the bellows, right? So the day rune is like the sun bringing daylight into something, or bringing clarity to something, and that might actually bring new life as well with the bellows, because that's what the bellows does. It could be attached to a person, place, or thing with the letter M. But that's actually coming out over the 5th house. So again, and look at, you've got this, I've actually got a couple of these because, you know, I bought some charms for my charm box. So I've got a couple that I'm calling my happy moon. So in the 5th house, you've got the letter M and the happy moon. So whatever is your happy ending over here is going to bring probably a happy beginning that's very joyful and healing, because you've got the dolphin in the 6th house. It's probably somebody you meet at work with the letter M attached to their, like with the initial M, maybe. Maybe that's the person that's going to support you in work. I don't know. But then you've got over here with the 4th house, like I can. Like I feel like it's saying, again, over here, you versus you. If you're scared at all, you definitely can do this. Like you just have to believe in yourself is what it's saying right there. Also, we have the song It's Tricky, Run DMC. Right here in the 7th house. So we have the number 6, we've got the cross, and then we've got a piece of carnelian. Carnelian is very sexual energy, but it's also very creative energy. And it's just interesting to me how we have everything falling the way that it fell, where it's talking about a happy ending over here that might be attached to love, but it's also attached over here to the 5th house. And then we have some sexual creative energy coming into your house of others, which is also your house of marriage, right? But it's all kind of attached to work. I think there might be somebody at work that you might meet that might be attached to this move or something. That might make you very happy. Possibly the initial M. It doesn't have to be. If it's not an actual like love relationship, this is a friendship that's probably going to be very helpful and creative at work. Or the job is going to make you very happy if you're not looking for love, right? Like all of this was just going to make you feel very happy because this is your creative house, and this is your money house. So whatever it is, like it'll make you very happy. Okay, we're going to go ahead and leave that here so we can move on to Capricorn. Okay, so Capricorn, we're starting off with the song Like a Drug, Broken Love. So let's go ahead and find out who has a message for you. Oh, I do have 5 here. Okay, just wanted to make sure. The same card keeps coming out for everyone. So let's see. Okay, so you have a masculine coming through. Let's see if we can get some attributes about his personality, just to help confirm that so that you'll know whether or not this person is for you. Okay, some money. We have Angry Woman and Soldier. So these 2 cards came out. In fact, I think they might have come out with money attached to the message as well for another sign. If you've already watched that, you'll know which sign I'm talking about that might apply for you. But it could be that this person over here, maybe they were a soldier when they were alive. They might have been a little bit angry or had a little bit of a temper, and they probably had some money, or they had saved some money at least. They might have been known for having a temper. I say that because if you look at her, like, God, you could see in her face, look at how red her face is, and the chair's turned over there. So whoever this person is, they probably were known for having a temper. We have the consultant, so maybe they were someone that gave good advice. One more about their personality. With the consultant again, so it's doubling down on how wise they were, how the advice that they had. Like maybe their advice was very, like they gave really good. Maybe that's the reason that they had money as well. Okay, so that's to confirm who your person is. But let's get some overall energy as to what the message is that they have for you. Okay, so we have gamblers. We have reconciliation, letter, and absence. So with a gambler, I feel like it's saying somebody who cheated. Take that however it resonates for your situation. It's talking about a reconciliation with someone who cheated. They've been away, or you guys have been separated for a while. You're going to hear from them, or you may have already heard from them because we just go through Mercury retrograde. We have the song Chlorine, 21 Pilots. All right, look at, we've got waiting. Maybe you've been waiting to hear from this person. Let's get some tarot cards to see, like, what is this, what kind of cheating is what I want to find out. Like, I want to find out what kind of cheating, but also this, the letter. Let me put that 1 second. We want gamblers and then the letter. Okay. So what is this cheating about? And so we've got the moon. It's about, actually, here's the thing. With the moon card, I think you might have thought somebody cheated. Because the moon is about fears and intuition, right? It's like nightmares, fears and nightmares. But then when you have, with this card, or with this particular deck, this card in this deck, it's the transition from night to day. Or coming into the light. The clarity is coming to you. That is what calms the fears. So I think whatever this was, this what you thought was cheating probably wasn't, based on what they're saying here. It was just a fear that you had, and you're probably going to get some sort of clarity over it with this letter. This one's a very straightforward reading. Like, I almost don't feel like I really need to go too much further, but I'm pretty sure we do have the 5 of coins. Like, maybe it could be that you felt like you didn't, like you didn't receive the money that you should have for the work that you put in. Oh, for the performance. Look at what she's doing here for the performance that you put in. What's up with that? You performed, you did something above and beyond, and you feel like you should have been, something like you should have been acknowledged or something for it, and you feel cheated out of it. But there's clarity coming in telling you that you weren't, that's just a fear, that's like a paranoia kind of thing. Like, there's no basis for that. Like, and you're gonna find out that there was no basis for that. It might even be that you're protected as well, because you've got the pentacle within the pentacle on this Ace of Pentacles here. And that's what the pentacle means. It's about protection. So, like, maybe you're protected, like maybe where you thought you were not going to be recognized, maybe you will, and there was no reason to worry. Yeah, because look at, now we're at the 6 of Wands, which is recognition, literally, but it's the 6 of Wands between the 7 of Wands, and the 7 of Wands talks about defending your position. Like, you're worried that you're going to have to defend your position, but I don't think you will. I think there is going to be, or if you do defend your position, you'll be very successful at defending your position, especially because this dude's on the ground here while she's up there, you know, blowing the fire. Like, I don't know why, like, if you are some kind of performer, like maybe you have fire in your performance or something, or maybe you're fiery in your performance, in whatever kind of work that you do. Especially because this song is saying it's chlorine, right? and it's talking about the chemicals, and chemicals can burn, and so that kind of goes back. And we also have the Phoenix here rising with the Death card. Again, protected because of the angels. I think you're protected. I think you are the Phoenix rising. You don't have anything to worry about. You were not cheated, even if you had fear that you were. Let's get some charms. Oh, okay, one jumped off of it, and I don't know if I saved it. I did save it. Barely saved it. And it's a piece of citrine, which is a crystal of abundance. And so, you know, there's something like whatever this abundance, whatever this ascension or recognition that you're looking for, you might almost ruin it. Especially if you go complaining or something, bitching and moaning to somebody. Don't do that. I was able to save it. I was able to catch it in my lap, but just barely. Take that however it resonates for your situation. All right, so we have in the very center the letter G with the scissors and the green man. So in order to realize your abundance, because the green man's all about like fertility and growth, you have to cut G out of your life. That should be your main focus. Also, we have the bird. You know, I'm just going to, even though it's kind of sitting at the 6th house, because I think this is a work situation anyway, we're going to read it for the center. The bird has to do with like messages, right, and communication. But I feel like it's also going back to this over here where I'm saying like don't go bitching and moaning to people. Like watch what you say. Be very careful about what you say. Especially with the scissors there too, like cut it out if you're already bitching and moaning. Sorry that I keep saying it like that. It's just what I'm hearing, bitching and moaning. Like when I looked at the what you call it. Okay. So in the 1st house, and sorry Capricorn, I just realized that I didn't spin the wheel. So that actually puts the cloud and this in your 12th house. So there's confusion, which totally makes sense for the reading. It's just total confusion. And it's long-term confusion with this particular crystal. This is an ancestral stone, right? So it could be that it's just coming through the way it's coming through, that like where I was hearing bitching and moaning, like that could be a learned trait, this whole paranoia, worried, thinking that you're not going to get recognition for the work that you've done. Like that could be something that maybe you've learned from one of your parents that you don't realize that you do, because this is sitting in your blind spot and you've got the clouds there. And maybe that's kind of more of a message for this particular piece of citrine, where it's saying like, you know, you might be offended hearing me saying bitching and moaning, and you may not realize that that's something that you do. And that's going to be the thing that's going to lose this for you, because nobody likes a sore loser. Nobody likes anybody who is, what's the word? Well, it's kind of manipulative. I don't really want to use the word manipulative, but it is kind of manipulative to do things with the expectation of. And I'm not, and now if this is your job, absolutely 1000% you're doing your work with the expectation of pay, with the expectation of being recognized for that work and being appreciated for that work. But maybe this is something that comes into play for you quite often, and that could be the reason that they're asking me to bring it up. Take it however it resonates. We have the song I'm a Mess, Anthony Hamilton. So now in the 6th house we've got the what I call my happy moon, but it's upside down. I don't know if you can see that. It was upside down on the board as well. And anytime a charm is upside down like that, I read it as something that you are not paying attention to, or that you're not seeing, something that you're ignoring. There we go. So that coming out in the 6th house, it's saying that you're ignoring the things that like the benefits and the blessings that are there, like the good things that are there, that are probably small little things during the day, probably small little recognitions and praises that you get during the day that maybe you're not paying attention to, that you should, because they might lift your spirits. And then you have in the 8th house as well. So interesting that this actually came out there, because you've got the man coming out, but this particular charm is it used to belong to my mother, and this particular house is the house of, it's like the mediumship house, it's the house of death. And so cats are all about intuition. You might be getting like intuitive messages from your, if you have like a deceased mother or grandmother that you are getting intuitive messages from, like maybe that's coming into play. It's really important. And it will be like whatever these intuitive messages are, they're asking you to apply them towards your public life, like your integrity, your reputation, your career, because that's what the 10th house is. It's all about how the public sees you, what you do out in the world that brings money home to the family, because the 10th and 4th houses are opposite to each other. So you have to leave your house. When you leave your house, you go to work, right? But the money that you make at work comes back to your house. That's how this cycle or this axis works. But over here, because these two are also connected by the fact that they're both on either side of the 9th house, so they both affect the 9th house, or the 9th house affects both of them, they also work together. So whatever you're receiving, the intuitive messages that you're receiving from a mother figure that are probably hitting you emotionally, because you have the shell here in your 9th house, you need to apply them to your work, career, and public reputation, integrity, all of that. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on to Aquarius. Okay, Aquarius, let's get some cards shuffled so we can do your reading. All right, let's see who has a message for you, Aquarius. We do have Mama's song playing in the background. You have, oh, interesting. So I'm going to actually take that one too. You have, well, let me look at it. Yeah, okay. So you have an older female, which probably is your mama, because we do have the mama song, but then we also have spirit coming through with a message for you as well. Let's see, for this older female, when it comes to what might be some of their characteristics, we've got the Hermit. It's possible that this person could have been either someone who liked their alone time, like they liked their solitude, or they were not afraid to spend time alone. They always had something to do, something to keep their attention, keep themselves occupied, right? But it's possible as well that they were either a Virgo or maybe very healing, like maybe their energy was that of somebody who was very like healing for you, very grounding. Very spiritual as well, because of the way, you can see he looks as if he's almost in prayer or in ritual. Interesting too, we do have withdrawn and secretive as well to describe, like that's the meaning of this card, but I'm putting my own meaning on it when I say that this would be an elderly female or an older female, who is probably someone who was, you know, enjoyed their solitude, but not because they were so much withdrawn. It's just they always had their own things that kept them busy, right? Like they always had their own interests. They didn't have to have people around them all the time in order to be happy. Or they were a Virgo. Could be even both. Maybe they were a Virgo who had that personality trait. They like to spend time alone. You know, there's music on this particular mat that he's sitting on, so they could be someone who, you know, either was musical or enjoyed music in some way, or very spiritual, very creative. That could be what they did with their time. Maybe they were an artist in some way, and that's probably the reason that they didn't need to have a lot of people around all the time. They were probably a loner. But we also have a message coming through from Spirit as well. So let's kind of get the overall energies of what this message is. Interesting to me too, I'm seeing this, I explained it at the beginning of this video and the last video that I used these cards, that I see this as divine feminine energy. So now it's doubled down, right? So maybe this is like your female ancestors coming through to support you, or to have, they have this message for you in some way. Like this is your female line, is how it's I just realized I need to turn my wheel. Yeah, so this is like your female line.
I'm supposed to meet Dave for lunch, so.
Okay, you're going to bring her out here? You're going to bring her out here?
Huh?
Hold on one second. I apologize for that, Aquarius, but we have a birdie friend with us. My dad had to bring our birdie friend in. Hi, come here. Hi, did you want to visit with the video today? Huh? Who's making a video, birdie? Her sitting right next to me. So let's finish with our reading, huh, birdie? You want to come sit with me? Come on. No, maybe not. She's going to sit right next to me. All right, so let's see. Wrong deck. Sorry, I got distracted. I wanted to see what is the overall energy. What is it, the message that they wanted to give you? Hi, birdie. You're so nice. She wants my attention. She's trying to get me to pet her, and I'm trying to do my work, what I need to do, and she doesn't want to come and sit over here with me, but she wants me to pet her, so we have to at least say hello and let her know that we love her, huh? What's up, birdie? So we have the song, So Many Tears, Tupac. Oh, we have Thief. Interesting. And now we have Pleasant Pastime. Someone may have stolen, and then look, now we have Country House. I was just getting ready to say someone may have stolen something from around your house. Or someone stole something from your house. Interesting. Hold on. Let's see what that wants to say. Hi, birdie. It either has to do with a house. We'll find out. Let's get some more information before I try to read too much into it, because I'm looking at the family right there, right? There's something that's either with a family. Look at, there's an ending. We have the World to the Fool. So this is a successful ending that brings about a new beginning. But we have a thief here. Hold on. And then we have the song Never Never, Corn, and it's talking about I'm never going to love again. I wonder if this is, when I say stole something around your house, like maybe someone's trying to steal your partner, your person. You're like trying to come in and break up a family. Someone stole your person. Your person was stolen. Oh, this is like sad. It's like your person was stolen and now you're saying, I'm never going to love again. Oh, okay. And then we have the Knight of Pentacles to the Queen of Pentacles. You could be dealing with a earth sign. Interesting the way that she's touching the chest of this mannequin. Like, it looks like you know what it reminds me of? Like those things that people make clothing on. What are those things called? Those they're like almost like a mannequin thing that you make clothing on, right? But it almost looks like someone is kind of touching someone's clothing, like, interesting. It's like you're touching their clothing and the memories, because we have this blue crystal, which reminds me of turquoise, right? Turquoise is like a water stone, but it's also a throat chakra stone. So it's like very emotional energy that's attached to it. And that's kind of how it's coming through, that turquoise color. Like I'm touching their clothes and I'm remembering. And then we have the Fool, which talks about taking a leap of faith. And this is where he's actually taken the leap of faith with the blindfold on. I'm going for it. And look at. We have the song, I'm Never Gonna Love Again, but then look at, he's got this flower in his hand. If I can get it to focus. Come on, focus. Focus. He's got this flower and it's all lit up, and I want to show you the flowers on the ground, so we're just going to sit here until it decides to focus, I guess. Focus. Damn it. I feel like a kid. Pay attention to me. Okay, there we go. Focus. You see the flower in his hand? He's like, here, I love you. He's picked the flower from right there. But now the flower's lit up bright. The flower was red, but now it's lit up bright, right? With his love. I swear to God. And look at, we have the song. Hold on. Oh, dang it. Hold on. I got to put in my phone's on the charger. Okay, this is the song Caught Up in the Rapture, Anita Baker, and it's so perfect for, like, literally caught up in the rapture. I love you, please take my rose of love. I'm jumping off the cliff, I'm going to be a fool, I'm going to offer my love to somebody. And look at the dogs like, go for it, dude. It's going to take some work with the Page of Pentacles, but then look, you've got the Ace of Cups. Ace of Cups is all about new love, and like, look at, he's getting ready to come up and say something to her. I don't know if you're a masculine or feminine or whatever, but like, this is the step, this is the beginning of the relationship, that the partnership comes with the Two of Cups. And then now we've got another 2 with the Judgment to the World. So we're back to the world, which is where didn't we start with the world? Or what, am I down? No, we did. We started with the world. So now we're back to the world. We've come cyclical, right? And the Judgment is all about ascension, right? This is the last step before you've successfully completed your journey, or in this instance, completed the lifetime, because you're ascending to heaven, or these people, their souls are ascending to heaven. And so that ascending to heaven is the last step before the successful completion. It's the successful completion of something with the world. And that successful completion is what lights the spark for the new beginning of the Fool, which is, where'd it go? This one here. So go for it. Enjoy it. Go for it. Just like the doggy's saying, let's get some charms. And see what else they had to say. I'm surprised my birdie hasn't said anything yet. I know she starts chirping by now. She doesn't seem to like it too much when we do these videos. I don't know why. Alright. I didn't mean for them all to land in the center, but I guess that's, you know, how it's gonna work. We have the baby carriage. We have wishes do come true. We have the happy heart. We've got the sun and stars. We've got the scales of justice. We have the dinosaur. Strong is beautiful. All in the center. So I'm going to go one by one, but this is all very positive energy. The baby carriage is a new beginning that goes back to the Fool. It's a new beginning in love. It's going to be long term with the dinosaur because the dinosaurs are ancient. Sun and stars, right? The happy heart. I always see this as my happy heart because it looks like it has a floral pattern in there. This is justice, or it's going to balance something out. It's going to make you feel stronger, like, or you need to be strong in this if you're like afraid of this love, like. Be strong, have faith in it. That should all be your focus as well for at least a month from when you see this reading. But then if we go house by house, you've got here in the second house, you have the charm that says, I love you to the moon and back. Then here we have between the 4th and 5th houses, we have the fluorite. So that's like a crystal that has to do with like... well, I always call it like for studying and like educating yourself, depending on really what color of fluorite it is. This is rainbow fluorite, so rainbow fluorite is actually really good for that. So maybe like you need to get to know this person. That's kind of the energy in order for there to be a strong foundation, because we are talking about like the 4th and 5th houses. So in order for there to be a strong foundation, you have to really take the time to get to know them and have fun with them. And then we have the airplane coming out over the 6th house. You could, if you're not spending a lot of time traveling, right, because that's what the airplane is all about, it's saying that like maybe you need to take a trip. Like it would be very healing to take a trip, go on vacation. Also taking a vacation from work as well, getting yourself away from all of the heavy stuff, the day-to-day heavy stuff. Having the star in the 7th house is like wishes come true energy. Again, it's you know, confirmation as to what's coming through here. Stars are very healing energy. Also, like, you know, having the star here, that could be saying that like you are the star of you, like, or either you see your person as the star or your person sees you as the star. In the 10th house, we have I choose strength. It's also hitting the 11th house, but then in the 11th to 12th house, we have me versus me. So it's basically saying through this, first of all, reach out. Like if you're scared, you need help from your friends or support from your friends, try not to be. Like, I feel like it's saying you are your own worst enemy. Like, do it anyway, especially because this is the house of friends. Like maybe this person is a friend, because we're hitting 4th to 5th. So this is the opposite here. Like friends can turn into romance, right? You just have to say something. You have to speak up. And you're the only one holding you back from that. Like your fears are what's holding you back. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to Pisces. Oh, well, I didn't mean to keep recording while I was cleaning it up, but hey, since I did it, let's just go ahead and move on, and we'll make this the last video. It'll make it easier for me in editing anyway. I just wanted to save you guys the extra couple of minutes that you would see me like getting everything ready between signs, but that's all right. You can just watch me. We're going to move on to Pisces now. Let me spin my wheel. This kind of reminds me, like I used to, this kind of reading that I'm doing right now, even though I'm breaking it up into chapters and I'm stopping it in between so that I can clean up, to clean up the video a little bit. It just kind of reminds me of when I used to do the live readings on Facebook. The only thing that's missing is the chat box. But once I get enough followers on YouTube, I'm going to start doing live readings again. I'm just going to do it in the membership section so that members can get their own personal free live readings, you know? That way they can chat with me or something. We're going to try and figure out how to do it so that they can chat with me. All right. Not everybody likes watching the shuffling and all that kind of stuff. It can be a little monotonous for some people. And then there are other people that just love to watch the shuffling and that type of thing. So, but I like to take it out of the videos because it makes them shorter, which is easier to upload. All right, let me get these shuffled a couple more times. All right. All right. Okay, let's see who has a message for you. Oh, I feel like it's that one. Oh, we have a younger feminine, a younger female coming through. Let's see if we can get some more, some of her attributes, her personality traits. We have protector, so they're very protective of you. It's very interesting that that's the energy coming through with a younger female. And it could be a family member as well, because we do have the number 31. Actually, now that I think about it, we have the number 4 coming through twice because this is the number 4 as well. So this might definitely be a family member who's younger than you that feels very protective of you. We have a dark-haired man and a surprise. It sounds like they're actually coming right to the message. Hold on. Let me see. And then we've got delay. A dark-haired man, surprise, delay. I wanted to get more information about the person coming through with the message, but I gotta be really honest. It feels like the only information that I'm going to get about them is that they're younger, definitely younger than you, and I'm shocked that they're so protective of you, but they are. I have to be honest that if I would say, based on what I'm feeling, this is either a sister or child or something. Like this is, or if this is not someone who's that young, like they're, like when I'm saying young energy, like we're talking not more than maybe 20 at the very, very most. Like early 20s at the most. But it does feel younger. And I do have to say, for a second here, I saw this little red patch on this man's jacket as a heart. So for somebody, this could be like your person. This was your person that you were in love with, and they may have passed away, and you might be the dark-haired man. But that might only be for one person. For the rest of them, it feels very, I'm actually shocked that this energy is the protective energy because it feels young. So take that however it resonates, but I think this is like the overall, there's something about this dark-haired man and a surprise with it. There's a delay to this surprise. Trip to the country, city house, sweet card. It's all positive stuff on the bottom of the deck. Let's see what the rest of the cards have to say. All right. I don't know why I feel clumsy all of a sudden too. We may not take these, but look at, we do have the Tower here. Hold on. That Tower is really, you know, it's interesting. The Tower, and it's highlighting Aquarius. You might have Aquarius in your chart. If you do, you might want to watch that video. And then we have the Two of Swords now on the bottom of the deck after I take the Tower off of it. And we have the song, I Want to Break Free, Queen. So we've got 10 of Cups. Remember I said this was somebody family? Definitely, I think family. We've got the, yeah, okay. Hold on. Okay. Oh, it's interesting. Okay. I have to be honest. This person was younger than you. And it's coming through that this person is very protective of you. And oh my God, I want to cry. But I think you were protective of them when they were alive. And I think I have to be really honest how I'm seeing this message. I think I want to cry. I think they're saying they transitioned successfully, peacefully. And they want to protect you from something that's going to happen suddenly. But I think it's going to, so this is the Tower to the Star. So when you go from the Tower to the Star, it's something that looks destructive, or it looks like or it is chaotic and it is destructive, but then the Star brings in healing over that, right? So you could see the destruction left behind by the Tower now, where the glass pyramid that you would, if we had the Devil card out here, but we don't. In the Devil card, there's a glass pyramid around this tree of knowledge, the tree of life and knowledge. And so you can see that the pyramid's been shattered, and now the tree is on fire, meaning there's something happened in the family. The family has been shattered, probably because of this death. And but there's healing to be had over it. Again, like I say, especially if this was like okay. And the reason that I don't really like to give away too much about the readings. I try not to. Sometimes I do, but I try not to. When I said here that this might have been your person, it's interesting to me because in the Aquarius reading, there's an interesting message there about love. So if you do have Aquarius in your chart, you might have already watched it, or you might want to watch that reading. But I think that whatever this death was, especially if this was a younger person, it shattered the family. And now there's healing coming in. That's the message, is that there's healing coming in. It's been delayed healing, right? But it is coming in. It's some sort of message that's probably going to be a surprise. Or maybe it's a gift or something that is healing. And then look, we've got the Knight of Cups with the Six of Swords. All right. So I have to be honest. The Six of Swords has come out a couple of times today in this reading. Oh, interesting. And now we have, we have the song No Apologies, Papa Roach. Okay, hold on. Let me get my thought out and then I'll explain how that plays in. So this is a message of love, and this is coming before this card. So even though this card looks dark and dreary, and it looks, and I've explained it, if you already saw me explain it before, you know that this is a card where this dude is getting ready to go and steal the weapons from these soldiers over here from their encampment. So it's something nefarious. It looks nefarious. It looks tricky. It looks deceitful from the outside, right? I have a feeling that there's some message coming in that's a healing message, that maybe one side is going to be very paranoid, and they might try to block it at first. They might see it as something tricky, something deceptive, something like they don't trust the person sending the message, right? And then with this, like if it's an apology, right? If it's an apology that's coming in, the person receiving the apology doesn't trust it based on this particular song. But it's saying, like, I understand too. So take that however that resonates for your situation. Like, I don't know if you're planning on having a conversation with someone where you need to say you're sorry, or maybe somebody's coming in to apologize to you. But I think it's going to happen, and I think it's going to bring healing to a family situation, especially if this death, if there was this death here. So the Two of Swords, you know, it's interesting because this is kind of playing back into this energy here, right? You see this soldier, he's trying to pull her, or, you know, bring her along with him. So basically he's said to her, hey, let's go over here to do XYZ. And with the Two of Swords, now she has a decision to make, right? You see he's trying you see his hand on her hand. He's trying to lead her along. So she has a decision to make. Whatever this decision is, it could lead to heartache. But it could also lead to the healing of that heartache, because the Three of Swords carries both meanings. It carries the pain of betrayal, but it also carries the healing of that pain. So again, take it however it resonates. That could be that someone's coming in to apologize to you and maybe asking you to follow them, or asking you for something, and you have to make a decision, right? That decision could lead to pain, but it could also lead to healing. I think it's going to lead to healing based on the other cards, though, but it's, you know, 1000% up to you. Interesting, though, that we have the song Deal With It by Ashniko now. So if this is a love relationship, like maybe, I don't know, maybe there's some out there that don't want a love relationship. I don't know. Yeah, just take that however that resonates as well. But yeah, you might want to look up the lyrics to that song. I love the fact that the bird in the cage came out, and my bird is sitting right next to me. She's not in a cage. She's on her tea stand, but still. So the bird in the cage, what that actually means is feeling trapped. Actually, there's more to it than that, because, you know, when you're a bird in the cage, not only are you trapped, but you're trapped and you have no, like, you're vulnerable. You're everybody's watching you. You have no peace. You have no privacy. You have, like it's like saying that there's no peace, there's no privacy, there's no, like, you're always vulnerable. There's really nothing to protect you other than that cage, and those bars are kind of flimsy, right? Like, you know, also there's no freedom there either. Maybe there's a need for freedom, but more so it feels trapped, especially because you've got the airplane coming out over your first house. It feels like you would even travel to, like maybe the person, like maybe this is you. Like, here's the thing. So the 12th house has to do with what you don't see coming, or what you are trying to hide from others. So you have to take this based on wherever you fit. If you are the one who is in love with someone else, right? You know, or at least for this part of the reading, because we have this airplane here, I feel like there's somebody who's in love with someone else and wants to say that, right? Wants to reach out and say that they're sorry. Like, you'd be willing to fly long distances to do it based on this particular charm. Like, you're saying, I would be there for you no matter what, no matter where. You don't even know. Like, this could be what you're hiding from them, right? But it could also be what somebody else is hiding from you. The fact that they support you this much, that they would literally hop on a plane and fly across the world to be there for you. So So take that however it resonates as well, especially with this song right now where it's saying, I hate you so much right now. We have the letter B. So the letter B, a person, place, or thing with the letter B could be attached to this situation. Also, it could hit your money or value system in some way. Like, you know, because this is the second house. Also, this could be an Aries, because this is the house of Aries as well, being the second house. But where it's hitting your value system, it could be in terms of love, relationships, what you think is right and wrong, all that kind of thing, right? We have the moon here as well, so there's a lot of emotion attached to it, and the moon is sitting you know, between the second and third houses, and you've got the fertility rune sitting there as well. So the emotions are going to keep building and getting stronger and stronger and stronger as they go. Take that however it resonates for your situation. We also have in the fourth house, we have the charm for Libra, so you could be dealing with a Libra, or there could be some sort of justice coming into your situation in the fourth house. It could be with family. To the seventh house, we have the mushroom. So the mushroom, I see that as like fantasy and dreams, right? Things that are not real, things that are fantasy. But this was upside down in your seventh house. Like maybe you don't believe that love can be real because it was upside down. Like you're not looking at it because you don't believe it can be real. But then you've got the magician's hat sitting right on the cusp of the 7th to 8th house, which is saying you are the one who's in control of this situation, or you can create magic in this situation, right? You can, especially with the mushroom there, like you can create magic in this situation if you have hope. Look at focus on the good in the 9th house. It's another message of get out of your head, stop letting yourself see the negative. Have hope. And then you've got the sun and star coming out over the fire element in the 10th house. So your passion is what is going to get you, it's what's going to make you a star, right? That's what's going to, it's going to make you shine, is what I feel like that's saying. Because this is the house of how others see you and your integrity, right? Your reputation. Like your reputation will shine if you really tap into how you feel and you focus on the good and how passionate you are. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and end the whole reading, and I thank everybody for watching and staying with me for however long this has been, because I know it's been forever. Please like, share, comment, subscribe, tell your friends, hit the notification bell, whatever you can do to help me get my channel out there, because I'm kind of new here. It's only been, I don't know, a couple of months. But yeah, thank you so much for watching.